I'm going to go call the phone.
I'm not going to call you. Finish and
Your money.
I got good news for you. Do you know that mankind in the United States of America she'll be having her hard table Doma Festival in Maryland and USA? And she said everybody that going to that Doma Festival there, they must carry sport money for school for children. They go bear, shoes, children clothes, life jacket, and all those kind of things. They must carry there, and she will bring it in Liberia so she can share it with the children in Grand Basso, Little Basso.
I can't answer a question quickly. The school then you put life jacket to it.
The reason why they put in life jacket inside, she'll be bringing life jacket to share because the children in Little Basso, when they go to school, they gotta get on kino to cross the water. You know, that's what she want to get in so they can be safe.
I know that I want the children, what that when the children they get crossing the kino to go where the kino to go.
And the time will be August 9 in the United States of America. So it will not be easy. And at the 5th year celebration, she been having celebration, but they want it will be special. So everybody are going there, we carry something. Yeah.
That my brother want to tell you, I can be praying for him inside the chair there.
I know, but I know now.
So that so that the cheese I can get you. I go real.
I don't thank you very much.
Okay.
You say people now,
So my people that are there, your year eight, people that are going for the Doma Festival in Maryland, in America, you please carry something for the children of Little Basso. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mankind, for my children in Little Basso, yeah.
I'm going to go call the phone.
I'm not going to call you. Finish and
Your money. I got good news for you. Do you know that mankind in the United States of America she'll be having her hard table Doma Festival in Maryland and USA? And she said everybody that going to that Doma Festival there, they must carry sport money for school for children. They go bear, shoes, children clothes, life jacket, and all those kind of things. They must carry there, and she will bring it in Liberia so she can share it with the children in Grand Basso, Little Basso.
I can't answer a question quickly. The school then you put life jacket to it.
The reason why they put in life jacket inside, she'll be bringing life jacket to share because the children in Little Basso, when they go to school, they gotta get on kino to cross the water. You know, that's what she want to get in so they can be safe.
I know that I want the children, what that when the children they get crossing the kino to go where the kino to go.
And the time will be August 9 in the United States of America. So it will not be easy. And at the 5th year celebration, she been having celebration, but they want it will be special. So everybody are going there, we carry something. Yeah.
That my brother want to tell you, I can be praying for him inside the chair there.
I know, but I know now.
So that the cheese I can get you. I go real.
I don't thank you very much.
Okay.
You say people now,
So my people that are there, your year eight, people that are going for the Doma Festival in Maryland, in America, you please carry something for the children of Little Basso. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Mankind, for my children in Little Basso, yeah.
I'm going to go call the phone.
I'm not going to call you. Finish and
Your money. I got good news for you. Do you know that mankind in the United States of America she'll be having her hard table Doma Festival in Maryland and USA? And she said everybody that going to that Doma Festival there, they must carry sport money for school for children. They go bear, shoes, children clothes, life jacket, and all those kind of things. They must carry there, and she will bring it in Liberia so she can share it with the children in Grand Basso, Little Basso.
I can't answer a question quickly. The school then you put life jacket to it.
The reason why they put in life jacket inside, she'll be bringing life jacket to share because the children in Little Basso, when they go to school, they gotta get on kino to cross the water. You know, that's what she want to get in so they can be safe.
I know that I want the children, what that when the children they get crossing the kino to go where the kino to go.
And the time will be August 9 in the United States of America. So it will not be easy. And at the 5th year celebration, she been having celebration, but they want it will be special. So everybody are going there, we carry something. Yeah.
That my brother want to tell you, I can be praying for him inside the chair there.
I know, but I know now. I'm not preaching, you know.
So that the cheese I can get I go real.
I don't thank you very much.
Okay.
He encourages people now.
So my people that are there, your year is people that are going for the Doma Festival in Maryland, in America. You please carry something for the children of Little Bassa. It's not easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Marka, for my children in Little Bassa. Yeah.
I'm going to go for the food.
I'm not going to call you finish and
Your menu. I got good news for you. Do you know that mankind in the United States of America?
There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank President Bush, even though we have had some disagreements, and I think I'm entitled to my opinion just as he is entitled to his. But I believe that he's a Christian, and I know he has a good heart, even though he's been misled with lies, disinformation. But I know that God will reveal the truth to him. I have nothing against him. I believe he's made decisions based on the lies that he's preaching. But the Republic of Liberia will survive, and I know he means well. And I urge him to do everything to help ECOWAS in this country to move forward. There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank President Bush, even though we have had some disagreements, and I think I'm entitled to my opinion just as he is entitled to his. But I believe that he's a Christian, and I know he has a good heart, even though he's been misled with lies, disinformation. But I know that God will reveal the truth to him. I have nothing against him. I believe he's made decisions based on the lies that he's preaching. But the Republic of Liberia will survive, and I know he means well. And I urge him to do everything to help ECOWAS in this country to move forward. There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank President Bush, even though we have had some disagreements, and I think I'm entitled to my opinion just as he is entitled to his. But I believe that he's a Christian, and I know he has a good heart, even though he's been misled with lies, disinformation. But I know that God will reveal the truth to him. I have nothing against him. I believe he's made decisions based on the lies that he's preaching. But the Republic of Liberia will survive, and I know he means well. And I urge him to do everything to help ECOWAS in this country to move forward. There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home if we respect this constitution. A government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank President Bush, even though we have had some disagreements, and I think I'm entitled to my opinion just as he is entitled to his. But I believe that he's a Christian, and I know he has a good heart, even though he's been misled with lies, disinformation. But I know that God will reveal the truth to him. I have nothing against him. I believe he's made decisions based on the lies that he's reached him. But the Republic of Liberia will survive. And I know he means well. And I urge him to do everything to help ECOWAS in this country to move forward. There's an ongoing process in Accra. I'm hoping that after I leave, it can come to Liberia. If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home if we respect this constitution. A government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The national anthem.
And I want to thank...
Let me tell you something. Speaker Kofa told us that he will not step down. And he promised us that when we step down, we'll do what we want to do. Speaker Kofa resign, I will kill him. I will look, they are making a threat. You think I will be behind Somali free? When you want to step down, let me tell me, let me go take money, let me and my family enjoy ourselves.
Right? The Supreme Court will be given their responding bit of information filed by the minority bloc, taking March 14th. And also, prior to the making a response, former President Salifa also been very, very vocal about what's happening. And the president met, I think, Richard Kuhn and the both blocks separate where I'm gathering. So, and cautioning that it should end this thing by March 14th over the case. But the Supreme Court rules, they come up on March 14th and say that whatever was done by the majority bloc was illegal, and that who is not recognized as speaker. What would be the position of the executive branch?
The court is the final arbiter of our law. When the court speaks, I mean, that's it. When the court speaks, the court come by and say, "Look, this is it." And the other president of the country must follow because that's the final arbiter of law.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your favorite show, The Closing Argument. This is Jerome Gaiman. Please share the show. Tell us where you're watching from. It looks like the folks from Colorado always beat you to it. Tony, share the show. I am Jerome Gaiman. I will be your host as usual. Let's talk. Let's discuss the day after the May event. What are they saying about the 2025 July 26th celebration? It looks like we had a very vibrant orator, professor, preacher, activist Dunn. Mr. Dunn was on the show. He was speaking to power. We are going to load extras of the show Saturday, and you are going to hear it from the house's mouth. If you were chosen to give the July 26th oratory, what would you have said? Could you do better than Mr. Dunn? So just take out what he said. Dunn suspend, fired. What would you have put in that particular place? And as a storyteller, obviously he's a preacher, he says, in the villages or in the town, when the elders are from the farm and they have made a circle and the kids are listening, they are telling stories and the children are singing and saying stuff like, they are singing. It is through the songs and conversation kept at the night that you will hear the good, the ugly, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and maybe the indifference. What are the children saying? The former ambassador said, former U.S. ambassador Liberia said, what would J.J. Roberts say if he were to walk in Monrovia today? We turned that upside down, and we turned the ambassador's voices and his comments upside down, and Dr. Dunn, the preacher himself, said, the children are singing. So we are going to listen to some of the things the children are singing about, and we're going to dissect the song. Let me welcome the ambassador himself, the dean of the cabinet, Sylvester K. Peewee. How you doing there, Doc?
I'm good, and thank you for having me. I think it's a very wonderful afternoon from an end, and a very wonderful day also after observing the 178th anniversary of a very great country, a country of love, a country of freedom, a country that welcomes almost everybody, a country of very great and extraordinary hospitality, and so it was a great. I think this independent celebration was one of those that I observed that there's a lot of different activities back home, right? And the folks are so disappointed, probably they're getting tired of what the government would do, so they try to make themselves happy, But it's a good time to be here today, and look forward to having a very wonderful conversation.
Great. And ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Make your comment. I see Mr. Tuare, Siliki Tuare. He's a committed follower of the show, but usually I don't know where he's calling from. He said good evening. So I want to believe he's somewhere in the global south. It's evening there. Wherever you are, let us know. I see Fix Electronics. Hopefully he's calling from Grand Bassa County. I see he's trending. Siliki Tuare, we got David Williams. He's always in. He beat everybody to it. He's from Colorado, USA. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The children are singing. What are the children say? We are going to take some calls. We're going to read the comments. We're going to have our prolific, highly educated, trained, and intelligent panelists here to discuss and put the July 26th in context. We got some headlines. The Millennium Challenge Corporation to decide Liberia's eligibility for new development. Development compact in the coming days. Finance Minister Gamfuan discloses, says no funding figure have been finalized. So the deal is not done. The university students are now day of defiance against rape and gender-based violence. Protests amidst alarming report of over 2,000 rape cases recorded January to October 2024. President Waka seeks divine blessing upon the nation and renews confidence for peace and unity. Declares this Wednesday as National Day of Prayer. Away from home, according to BBC, kidnappers in Nigeria killed 35 hostages despite receiving ransom for their release. What are we saying around the country? Let me welcome Ahmed. The Truth in Ink. I like that shirt. How you doing there, young man?
Well, I'm okay. Glad to be back on the show after a period of sabbatical in trying to put the protests together and then do analysis of it. And so that's what we've been on. But it's always good to be on the closing argument. A medium where issues of national concern is giving breath, is giving conscious conversation, objective analysis, and patriotic suggestions and recommendations. So it's always good to be here.
Excellent. And welcome to Yvette Cephas. She's watching us from ATL, the great Atlanta, Georgia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a vibrant week. We have some great folks coming on. All things being equal and consistent. Tomorrow we are going to be hosting the great Serena Cephas. He's going to be my guest tomorrow. Serena Cephas. He's going to be my guest tomorrow, all things held constant. We also have a young, brilliant writer. His name is Cyrus Jones. He's going to be our guest this week. We are nailing down the exact time. He wants to opine on what I call the Hijab Gate. And he wrote a very, very, very provocative headline. When religion or religiosity overrides justice. A great piece. Maybe the man in ink will analyze that for us as we bring this young man on sometimes. We are also in negotiation with the female general, Mary Brough, former mayor, to come on here. So, Ahmed, we are making some waves. People are coming. Okay, somebody play us some beautiful music. We don't have copyright to that music, but somebody did play. Ahmed, the country has a lot of topics. A lot of issues. Let me go to the front pages of some of the newspaper. Let's see here. We see here finding solutions to the high cost of living. The president admits, despite what the propagandists are saying, that life is hard in Liberia. Seti Brothers, made some donations to the Boyka government and is raising some eyebrows. Bishop Brown urging that the Hijab Gate be swiftly and thoroughly investigated. He sees that topic, borders on national security, and respect for the rule of law. And I have been receiving a lot of stuff in my inbox. And one said, and they sent me the photo of the young lady that was disrobed and paraded in the streets of Monrovia by the Liberian National Police from the CDC camp when she was stripped naked and she was being manhandled by the police. And that person said the IG never once apologized to that young lady or to the Republic. So what now? What's the difference? The economic situation in Liberia is dire. So then, Mobile Molu and the Stand, they are saying protest organizers say Boycott Independent Day speech validates their demand, urge immediate action on their 13 counts petition. It reads, Monrovia, with just days remaining before the expiration of the 14-day ultimatum to President Joseph Boyka, the organizers of the July 17 Enough is Enough mass protests have renewed their call for urgent and decisive action in response to the 13 counts recommendation. I think you may have some say-so in this particular topic. In a statement issued Sunday, the Solidarity and Trust for a New Day Stand, in alliance with We the People movement and all collaborating civil society organizations, declared President Boyka's recent acknowledgement of skyrocketing prices and economic hardship during Liberia's 178th Independence Day celebration amount to a belated but undeniable admission of failure. Your take, Ahmed.
As I said repeatedly, when the decision to protest and the action that followed became a last resort of many months leading to a year and more of documenting the failures of government, what was unfolding in the country. We go into the communities. We run a community-based organization that these are everyday people. We talk to them. We see these things. We see how difficult it is. And so the rule we started documenting it with 6 months in the Boyka administration when we saw that they were more so concerned about showboating, dedicating local booths and hand pumps. We knew then that the government was out of track. And the government was just more concerned about, getting these likes, comments on Facebook more than affecting real life situation. There isn't anything tangible. As you said, the Boyka government have not been able to create one private sector kind of a job. Nothing. We're not talking about perhaps piling up the payroll, government payroll, but creating an avenue as an difficult. And as such, the country became so difficult, so hard. And so we realized that we were left with no option. We needed to reawaken the conscience of the nation, but particularly draw the president. And so what the president did, I agree. He did it not because he wanted to demonstrate leadership. He did it because he was forced. He did it because of the pressure. He did it because there are some facts you just can't deny no more. You just have to admit it. And for us, we have said, look, a maintenance is not what you are elected for, to lament, to whine, to cry. No, your job is to fix it, to provide solution. And we stand out. We remain resolute. I guess August 1 will be the end of the 14 days. By the 4th of August, we convene an extraordinary session, but of course, a thank you event where we will announce our next course of action. Until and unless the Baka government show good intention towards addressing these social economic issues, we're not going to get tired. But we're not going to, like I said, we don't run a government based on what you post on Facebook. We do so through real solid policies that change lives. Now, one will argue, but 6 years ago, you were connected to a government that perhaps didn't do anything, perhaps, yeah, okay. And I think the Liberian people issued a verdict in that direction. The verdict was that, look, you that were there 6 years ago, we can't give you the chance again because we think we want something better, something more. So they brought Waka, not simply because of what they want, but also because of what he promised that he's going to fix it. Now, after 2 years, you cannot still be pointing fingers to the lapses of the last government. At least after 2 years, you take responsibility now of everything, anything that's happening now. You have had two budgets. You have ran the country for more than 100 days. Of course, normally at 100 days, people want to see where you take the country. So at this point, it is workers' responsibility. Whatever that's happening in the country now with regard to social, economic, bread and butter issues, they are a reflection of the kind of policy they have introduced. And we think is not producing results. The country is now on a red path. Fortunately, he admitted because he could not deny any longer, but we think it's going beyond that. So yeah,
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
It's good to be here. Good to be here, everybody. Good to see you guys. Happy 26th.
Happy 26th to you. It looks like today is going to be hot. We had other things planned, and people kept calling saying you have to host a show on the July 26th celebration, especially the orator, the speech from the orator, where he said, the people are singing, the children are singing. I know those of you who are Baptist ministers, you might have been proud of this young man when he said, when you go into the villages and you see the elders and the children, and when the children are singing, this is where you hear the good, the bad, the ugly, and the indifference. And he wants us to know what is it the children are singing about and what are they singing. And they are singing about corruption, about hardship. They are talking about early death, bad education, no health care. What are the children singing? Dr. Peabody.
I'm so proud of my friend, my big brother. When I got ordained to the ministry, Emma was to get speaker at the occasion.
Okay.
And I still remember. Yeah, I still remember him that day. He came down and he delivered a very beautiful sermon, very, very beautiful sermon. When we talk about, so I was not surprised, but I think he touched on everything. Nobody was left out, from the opposition to the churches, and I like how he chastised the churches. we talk about that all the time here on our show. That churches are now becoming regime churches. They're now becoming regime pastors. And I think Reverend Dunn said it all. He said the time we take to be having prayer service 5 times a day, fasting and prayer and church, we should be teaching them something productive. And which he was right. You got all to do. There are some churches in Maria, every hour they're having service. And then they tell the poor people to go and fetch all the money and food and everything just to bring it for them. I mean, nothing rather than doing the pastor turning himself into prophets and all kind of things. And these poor people are the ones that are suffering, running around trying to find money, but they do nothing really to educate these people or to make them productive. So I was not surprised of Emmett, the former director of the Baptist Ware Lion Youth Department, and the first non-African American to become executive secretary of the Liberia Baptist Convention. So I'm not surprised. We spoke earlier prior to he giving the speech. We talked. In fact, he had reached out to me and said, "Look, I will need you guys for the diaspora conference that is coming up." He told me that he needs closing Augument to form an integral part of that program in Washington D.C. in September. He did share with me that, and he and his eminent Wetty, they did reach out to me some time ago, and then we spoke on Thursday. He said, "My man, I'll be back in the States, and I'll reach out to you, but we need you guys to play a pivotal role in this reconciliation conference." That's for our conference that will be taking place. So I'm not surprised. I think he did an awesome job. Very good job.
I've been trying to contact him today all day to get him on here, and I couldn't get through. I left a message. Hopefully he will. But if you can speak to him directly, have him come on. We'd love to host him for at least an hour. A great orator, great message. If you are watching us here, I see Gamayu, Yakpe. You calling me, or you watching us from Central Virginia, Monserrato County. And then I see Claude Destiny, Seaton. Okay, district number 11. I want you to put in the comment section here your better part of the speech that you heard July 26th. What part of the speech that stood out to you? The newspaper have taken side. They have picked their headlines. And I like some of the headlines. We're going to go to the Daily Observer. We're going to go to the Liberia Investigator. We're going to go to Front Page Africa. And we're going to see what are they saying after the speech. And if you were to have been the orator to give that speech, what would have been your headline? One of the newspaper picked fire, don't suspend. What would you have said in that? Great show. Like I said, we are going to be bringing on a very young man. We'll be talking about the Hijab Gate in Liberia. Did the IG air? We'll be discussing that. We will be discussing it from the religious standpoint and from the legal perspective. And we're going to have some sociological imagination on that as well. Mr. Cyrus Jones is going to be my guest. We are going to be talking about that. Also, Dr. Peabody, we are going to be hosting the Honorable Serena Cephas. Going to be coming on. We're going to be discussing some issues. He has special interest in the B-Martin versus metasteel, the impact it's going to have on our nation and our people. We're going to be looking at some legal documents. We're going to be looking at the lingo. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this show, tell us if you listened to the speech in Monrovia yesterday or Saturday. What is your takeaway? What was your better part of the speech? What was your favorite part of the speech? And let's get into it. Honorable Pee-wee, it's your turn to pick part of the speech that you thought that if you were that you thought was outstanding.
I think every part of the speech, to be quite honest, only probably one portion of it, a little portion of it that I disagree with him, but I will read the speech to be very perfect, and I think he was on course in terms of that. And part of the one of the reason why newspapers are not taking the headline "Fire, don't suspend," it make that a sense to say that because most of those the president are suspending, he's suspended indefinitely. Now, as I speak on this platform, you have one of them on one of the stations in Lofa County. He's now expressing his own frustration. The former senator of Lofa County and former immigration boss. He has expressed his own frustration. So suspending to time indefinite, we're even further push that the president is actually not in charge. And one of the reasons why I'm saying this is that people in the orbit of the president that got different interests, the ones trying to take the decisions in the country. So the president will just move here, people go and pressure, he suspend, and then this time they will not get no clue as to what is unfolding in terms of those suspension. And yes, the orator very perfectly correct in his oration when he said that fire don't suspend because most of those suspensions we have no clue on them, right? And as to what is unfolding, those some of them would just leave. I mean, we got to understand what is unfolding in the country as people, so that our president will inform us about happening. But every aspect of the only area I slightly disagree with him, where he said the president is respecting the rule of law. No, the president didn't from the beginning. He never respected the rule of law. He had a very incompetent attorney general that misinterpreted the Supreme Court ruling, and they all went about it. So, in terms of the rule of law, I disagree with him on that. Again, during those kind of a national oration, speakers will move to sometimes move to please certain part of it to promote the government and the rest of that, and want to strike the balance on the other end. But I mean, the president further validated the oration, if you will. The president said things are very tough in the country. And I think the president was very honest to have admitted that things are very tough in the country and they're just about to start to see if they can fix the problem. You head into you're about to end year 2, and you are openly admitting to the Liberian people that you failed the people. Things are tough. So the president admitted that he failed the Liberian people in terms of his commitment, his campaign commitment to the people of Liberia. And I think it's a very serious situation we find ourselves. And collectively, the Liberian people should pay key attention to that. And I will hope and pray that, as he said, he's trying to fix the problem. I will hope he start to fix the problem now and moving forward. That would be a good thing to do. But I think we headed for a serious problem. And I think, and let me end because we have other folks coming. The orator reminded the president, it's his second term. It's not a promise, right?
Yeah.
that is a profound point also. And the same way that we are people at the time, everybody were pushing 12 years, 12 years, 12 years. And then it came to 6 years. So second term, and I do agree that it's absolutely not a promise. The commitment here is to get the job done for the people. The fact that the president admitted that hardship is too much in the country, the people are really suffering, that's the problem.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we are having 2 great guests this week, possibly 3. A young man by the name of Cyrus Jones has written a great article, a piece on Hijab Gate. I call it Hijab Gate, where he says, when religion or religiosity overshadows or overrides what we call constitutional order. We will be hosting him this week, and we'll have a great debate on that. And the Honorable Serena Cephas is also going to be here to talk about legal issues. Specifically, he said he wants to delve into the beef mountain or the beef mountain versus the metal steel, the impact it has, the pros and cons on the impact of Liberian society. So we're going to have two great guests. Let me welcome Victor Nambe. How you doing there, Chief?
Hey, Mr. Gamer, how are you? Hello to all. It's good to be with you. It's pretty hot here in my neck of the woods. I don't know how it is on your side, but we're officially in a heat wave, but it's good to be with you guys. And let me also welcome our audience. Please don't forget, if you're not going to share the show, don't inbox me. Share the show. Invite a friend. Come on, let's make it crowd.
Thank you. Let me welcome Mr. Siafa Deeks. Kepman is in the house. How you doing, Mr. Deeks?
I'm doing good. Nice to be on today, and welcome to the viewers, listeners, and my fellow panelists.
Great. Let me welcome the great man from Habel, Magibby County, King George the One. How you doing, Mr. George?
Oh, it's good to be back, and after a great July 26th celebration, look, there are a lot to talk about 26. This year, 26. I don't know. It will go down in history as one of the best we've had in the diaspora and even in Liberia. It was well celebrated. Liberians came out in droves, and someone told me yesterday, say, if we can come up like this, come up. Then why are we sitting down and allow a country to go down the drain still? You know, and the debate that was passing around the weekend as you talk to people is that, are we going to continue to sit down and allow the country to be decided by only two parties all the time? Are we going to sit there and let it happen? When you talk about it, say, oh, CDC and UP. End of the day, if the election is held today, either former President Weah, Joe Boyka, or Kun, if whoever decide, depends on who's running from the UP. And people are saying, no, we cannot lie. They start thinking differently. Let's start taking our partisan hats off and look at the bigger picture. You know, everyone can be president or vice president, but we can. Somebody call me. The guy said, "Judge, what are we doing about this?" I said, brother, if I tomorrow you announce and say you, people will say they'll have a problem with you. So, as I remember vividly, 2004 when we assembled to come up with the IDS CDC, that stuff. Remember, all the memes came about. That's another time I should be coming again forward. Come together and finally come up with a team that can challenge the status quo. And I believe if we really put our minds together, maybe somebody in the status quo say, look, we'll support this team because it's the best team now. And just to end, there's the orator yesterday, he spoke to our collective conscience. He touched every aspect of our political spectrum, our social economic spectrum. He touched every aspect. He spoke to everyone. He have something for everybody. Nobody was left out. And one thing the power level, he said, those religious leaders who continue to fool the people should follow the law where they came to be prosecuted for lying to the people. Right? Every day they go, they lies, having 7-day prayer, all the things they're doing. And they did a bad in car. Man, so better buy big cars and live large. You know, and they are one of those who help. Anybody that's in power, they give you all the praises. They'll praise you, they'll honor you, do all kinds of stuff. And the people feel that they are doing the right thing. But right now, you have a lot of debates going on. The traffic management stuff that's going on. I think I heard Costa today on it. Now, everybody taking a side. Okay, from what I think, Costa are taking the side of the people who got the contract, I think. Another person take the side of those who support the government, the transport ministry, and you come down to the port bill. They are divided to one group of people supporting the bill, another group against the bill. You come down to what again? Another issue that's trending too. The country is divided, and everybody is divided because on their own personal interests. Everybody has their own interests. If I support Esidiki, if Hamed Fofana got
a particular side that I was supporting, I was supporting or defending. If Mr. Nagbo got his, the other person was supported. And that's what's happening. End of the day, the people, the common people are the ones that are suffering, that are going through the hardship. You know, the 26, a lot of people, except you have relatives in America, but if you didn't have somebody who will bless you, you know, they'll bless you. People spend the 26, I mean, hungry. Some people spend the 26 just sad. And I want to play a video before while we're talking. I hope Mayan can put that video up. I'll take an example for this. Our young reporter Mayan. Mayan was blessed by the platform, blessed by our viewers. What our young man did in his community, in his neighborhood, what he was blessed with, he went and he bought rice and things and started to share with the old people in his community. I mean, he lived there with them, and they all been struggling. And for the fact that he has been a little bit, he's been elevated, he's been blessed. After he bought his mom and every family food, he bought for his community, the older people, and he's sharing with them what he was blessed with. That's an act of kindness because he see the need in his community. I hope he can put that video up. Mind you, take a video down, but anyway, just
I came to my own by me, sending money bo. I call in Genesis, I hear you travel when you be me by Europla. And you also call him a minister, so apart of the so where you play me, no, you play him smooth in Sunny Barbara, you get small rest and get easy. I'm very hungry, send them on unity. I call in Genesis on my phone. He said, why you be about Europla? The travel me out and get some point for meeting. I beg him anything is out. Anything out, Barbara, anything is out either because I'm very hungry. Some of them pinning me. Way pound is out, beg him. Way down to Charles. I don't wake away.
Man.
I beg you. Please, I beg you.
Don't even beg me, I'm feeling bad. Whenever you go eat, somebody came in there, a lot, Jenna, for me to buy my coat, I will take about water for your baby. I don't like for a person to say you hungry, Papa.
Hey, man,
I don't like you again because you're happy to me. If I go somewhere and say I'm hungry, the person must give me something to eat. Yeah, either you go home soon.
For me?
If for you. Go home soon, they play and good. Yeah, go home now. Go.
God bless you.
If I have money, I come to give you more than 500 pounds.
Yeah, come. Wait a minute.
Who me?
Yeah, come.
I wouldn't me.
Come, man, you somehow go. Where you go, have in it? Yeah. So they say a good man, I know, to be honest. Do any deserve for me? Jeff, ask me this on Jenna.
Yeah, I think Jenna, the person can't tell you.
Click on that, man. Click on that. What are you doing? Put it there. Wait. Come here.
Come on, go put me on Facebook.
You're not go there.
What are you doing? Yeah, Papa.
What's your name?
Mommy, Cecilia Smith.
How do you?
You are welcome.
Okay. How do you feel this man coming to you to ask you for
I
money?
felt bad. He said you hungry. He said, "Sent April. He haven't eat." It happened to me. If I go anywhere, I say I'm hungry. People, watch, get me food.
Yes.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I can feel bad. If I was having money in my lap, I don't like $200 or $300, I would give it to them.
Imagine our last year. She said someone just killed her. Chejena.
But no problem.
You know, she's someone cool. So, man, how you look at the country economy right now? How you look at the country economy in terms of money? The country economy, all right. Okay. So for you giving me $100, we'll give you 2,000. No, we're man. We're we just want to know. It's take a book. Who are just? Oh, man, won't be proud of me. So check it, man. If for you. For you, man. If for you, another, another boy, Thank you, man. You know, honestly, you good. Check it. Imagine telling me, I should go soon. Well, then I go. Check it, man. Check it. I want to just buy a cola. Check it. At 2,000. No, man. Look at it for you, man. Nothing. But what you did, it is a money. Just don't give 20 to people, but we want to see how people react to it. For you, check it. Just check it. Check it now. Check money. Maybe we'll be studying. No, man. Here, man, beg you. No, beg you, man. Beg you, man. Okay. Yeah.
Are you sure to wait to children here?
No, man, it's someone hard. We will get in there. You go, no, honor, you go. I go more. What may I explain to you? Check it, everybody. Check it, 2,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the power of one. Neighbors, taking care of neighbors. We are our brothers and our sisters. Keep up. Go ahead, Mr. George. Continue the story.
Yeah, so I just want to say, look, and that happened to, I think, to few people in the community. That was just out of kindness.
Excuse me, George. We got two. Somebody impersonating Gail. We got two of them over there. Which one is the real Anthony Gay? I see two.
I got only one.
Did that clone himself?
It's Anthony Gate. No, it's Anthony Gate. It does not have Anthony Gate. Anthony Derry Gates, then that's not me.
They transfer when I sell your data to somebody that clue you. go ahead, Mr. George.
So yeah, like I said, the 20th was well spent across the world. Liberians, I mean, Peabody was in Belgium. I saw the Liberian community there too. They did their thing there too. We were with the Sierra Leoneans. When invited with the Sierra Leoneans, the Sierra Leonean fellow who has a lot of Liberians he employed. He brought us all the bloggers, all that you see on Facebook, everybody you see, you know, he brought them together at one place and celebrated Liberian independence. And people are just happy that Liberia and Sierra Leone believe they are one. And one thing I was impressed with, I saw a lot of young people, Sierra Leoneans, Liberians in this country that are making positive strides. And most of the folks that we interacted with, most of them doing very well. Most of them own their own companies and doing very well, and making good strides in the country. So we pray that Liberia will reach to that point one of these days where you'll be in a room where you have or maybe 10 or 20 Liberian millionaires in a particular room sitting down together and raising money for Liberia. We pray the opportunity will come. But as I end, let us just thank God for the 26th. Again, the orators gave a very, very great speech. And I think we should be happy that someone were very bold to tell the president and all the officials of government and the opposition what's happening. And he gave everybody something to take home. So let's discuss his speech and the 26th that was celebrated around the country and in Liberia.
Thank you. Let me welcome our incoming senator from Grand Jita County, Anthony Gay Sr. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Excellent. So
you're divide Grand Jita in two again?
Listen, man. We divide Lufa into 5. You got 6 tribes there. We divide into 6.
They already divided Grand. They'll get divided again. They remove River G from us.
No, I'm the one divided again, so you can.
You can have your own kid.
No, we'll add more districts instead of dividing it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the speech. He says, fire, don't suspend. And let me read this real quick. It says here, Liberia, Zago declares the honeymoon is over ahead of the explosive tell-all on Lofa's Radio Wologisi FM. After 9 months of silence, the former Liberian Immigration Commissioner Stevie H.J. Zago has finally broken his silence, declaring that the honeymoon is over as he prepares to publicly address what he calls mistreatment, abandonment, and calculated exclusion by the administration of Joseph Boakai. Pee-wee, the orator said, do not suspend fire. Zago is saying the president being indecisive by suspending him. Over 9 months, he has not been fired. He has not been contacted. He finds it as an affront to the rule of law, and he's going ballistic. Your take?
Yes, quite frankly, the former senator and former chief of CRD of Liberia National Police, and the former immigration boss, is very disillusioned. I don't want to say frustrated. I think he's increasingly disillusioned, and due to that disillusionment, I think is from the point of he being suspended for 9 months. You can't suspend someone for 9 months. You have to come out and say, hey, it's time that we got sufficient information proving that you are liable, you are culpable. So I'm going to, if there's no hard evidence to take into court, dismiss him on the count of serving at the will and pleasure of the president. Article 56 is very clear. You cannot suspend him for 9 months. Yes, what I'm quoting. Yes, what I'm getting from the inside, from the pocket cabinet or those that are taking on decision-making issue in the country. There are certain quarters within the presidency that are pushing that Zago be reinstated. But where? Now, those are fighting him to come back to government, move to appoint someone to replace him already as the immigration boss. Now, there was this saying, they were trying to find a means to create an opening that they were hopeful that the president would have moved to appoint Kofi Wu as Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. This one came from right, and then there will be an opening to move in over as the National Security Advisor. That was what I was pushing at. Unfortunately, the president is very indecisive after he got the boys to even remove his own old-time friend and his roommate and old-time friend, the current Minister of Presidential Affairs. So they are within the executive mansion that are pushing them, the president just say, be removed and replaced by the current National Security Advisor, Samuel Kofi Wu. Right? So that is not happening. So now Zago is in suspense here, and then his suspension lingers, unfortunately. And one of the reasons why he was suspended, Zago believed that he's not liable. It was just something that folks against him wanted it out, and the president was not really in charge of the system, and he busted them. So it is some of the things that are unfolding in the country. But yes, it doesn't make any sense wherein you would suspend government officials that serve at the will and pleasure of the president for almost a year. It's quite unfortunate. You have to be very decisive as the commander-in-chief and the president of the republic where necessary, right? And that's why you dare to preside over the governance of the country. So it's quite unfortunate now. I just received some of the clip from the appearance tonight in Augument. It's why he's quite frustrated about what is unfolding in the government. So I think he's prepared to take this decision and move on and say, hey, I'm going to move on. I think I resigned from. from the mindset that he's not going to serve in this government no longer. So he just thought to take this and move and go ballistic. As part of the reason why he's having this conversation tonight.
Thank you. Sir Dix, here we say, the orator said, a hungry child cannot wait for macroeconomic policies. A farmer without tools cannot wait for committee's report. And a mother who cannot afford health care for her child does not need promises. She needs solution, Dunn said. Boy, isn't that on point? Your take, your favorite part of the speech, it doesn't have to be this one, but your favorite part of the speech, or you could speak on this particular one, that a mother who is in need does not need World Bank to tell her the macroeconomic function. A man who is on the farm does not want to hear any promises. He wants tools. He wants help with his farm. Your take on the orator's points?
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much summarizes in the sense of urgency is now, and so some of our policymakers, they kind of when you hear them quoting these fancy economic data, GDP, inflation, and all those things, sometimes they look more disconnected from reality. You can say, oh, we have 4% GDP growth. 4% GDP growth in what sector? In the mining sector that is extracting everything out of the country and we're getting pennies. So, I mean, sometimes they need to just forget about those economic indicators and focus on how the people down there can get better goods and services so they can feel the impact of these fancy economic numbers that they be quoting. Yeah. And then let me just throw in my Minnesota 26 weekend. I think you guys followed it on social media. The Gen Z or Gen Y, I mean, they put up a show.
Don't tease people here, man.
No. I mean, honestly,
the selling a product. Go ahead.
We saw you having a good time with
what you gonna sell now? Listen, go ahead.
Guess what? I was being teased too because I was on my way from Lofa Bridge
and
I got stuck at the airport. So by the time I got home, my family picked me up. They picked me up after the parade. So but then the key to that, this thing was sponsored by the young kids and most of them were born here.
Yeah.
But they cherish the Liberian heritage and culture, and they put up a show. So I think it's about time that we just take a step back and then let them run the show, and we just be pedestrians.
Mr. Nambe, your best part of the speech.
I think I would just segue into what Mr. Dix just indicated. But first of all, by the way, kudos to Mayan. He's such a stand-up guy. We were over here trying to make sure the Christmas was 26 was good, and look what he did. So may God bless him and multiply, triple thousandfold rather, what he had to have gone out there and do what he did. But what Mr. Dix is saying, I mean, we have look, I'll be honest with you. The Dr. Dunn did a wonderful job, but I would say about 90% of what he said is basically reiterating, reminding us of our truths. The neglected youth, as Mr. Dix is saying, we shouldn't look at the youth as a problem to be solved, but rather as partners. And look, the younger it is quite. I mean, this is backed by research. The younger generation is always smarter than the generation before them because they have the opportunity of improved technology and making life easier, and that's what technology is about, to make life easier, to make the mundane task much easier to handle, so that you move on to other stuff. And so the young people, they know how to employ the technology, they know how to network. What he's talking about, I mean, my son has friends here in the Philadelphia area. These kids, they call themselves DJ, but they're very versatile. You'd be shocked how much they are hooked up into Africa. The abilities are brought because this gentleman who they brought in. I'm not running a commercial here, but the video is a big deal on the continent. And you and I to pull that kind of thing off, it will be difficult for us. So I applaud Dr. Dunn. I think he did a masterful job. A lot of things that he said, you already said some of that. When you enter the village and the children are singing, and he said some of the songs that the children are singing. So I don't want to go back and reiterate that. But basically, he's telling the president that things are not well. And, yeah, there's some things that, he said the president, reconciliation, the reburial of the former presidents and all of that. But primarily, on the things that matter most, like Mr. Dix is saying, instead of these stats from Afrobarometer or GDP and all of that, go to the market and ask my Hawa or my Sarah, my Esther, and they will tell you if they think the economy is getting better. It will take them 5 seconds. They will tell you. And how do they tell you? They will tell you what they did 2 years ago and what they're doing today. If they feel they're doing better, you're doing well. So, and so these are the things we've been saying all along. The people are not feeling the impact of all these numbers that we're pulling out of the sky. They're not. They're not. If it is, it's not filtering down to the people. I see a lot of celebration on Facebook, MCC compact and all of that. Will it matter? Will it impact the lives of the ordinary people? So, there are a lot of things he said. I'm sure we'll discuss them as we go along. But I applaud him for such a masterful delivery and also for kind of reminding us of some of these things that we should be taking care of, but we're not. And there are quite a number of them.
Great. Anthony Gay,
Sir.
when you go to Grand Gire and you go in the villages and you see the elders after they come from the farm, they are talking to the kids and it says, children, you go on the other side, and the old people on this side. But the old people are listening to the conversation these kids they are having and the song they are singing. And Don is reminding the elder in the house that you are not listening to the songs that these kids are singing. You are listening to elders. You need to listen to the children. And he said the children are singing. A hungry child cannot wait for macroeconomic policies. The children are singing. Farmers without tools cannot wait for the committee's report. The children are singing. The schools are falling apart. The children are singing. Building schools doesn't mean you have a school. The school has to be equipped, and then they have to have teachers, qualified teachers to provide instruction. The children are singing. The children in your neighborhood are singing. What are they singing about?
So thank you, Mr. Gibbon. And I want to begin by saying kudos to the team in Minnesota for what they did. But also, I want to send a message to our senior brothers and sisters from the Utah community. For so often, we have talked about Utah being out of touch of the young people. When you go to Utah meeting, you try to raise your hand to ask questions and look at you up and down. I want Utah meeting, I can remember in Philadelphia, I demanded the microphone. Because for a couple of times, I raised my hand and they just passed over me. First, it's happening in Morrisville. And I didn't say anything. Another one happened in Trenton. I didn't say anything. This one in Philadelphia, I just demanded the microphone that day. Look at what the young people were able to do. You cannot isolate yourself from the young people. And that is the same thing that has been happening in Liberia. Young people are overlooked. For Davido to come to our concert, wear our national color. Nigerians are very bold people that take their country very serious. They don't joke when it comes to that country. But for him to go outside of his way and wear the red, white, and blue in style, and all of his dancers, those group of people that pull this thing together, they need to talk to them, tap into their expertise, incorporate them within EULA to bring the Liberian community together in the diaspora. And we can also replicate the same thing in Liberia. Look at what we saw at SKD. 85% of the people at SKD were all young people. And it was crowded. Many of them have no job. No job. And so when they're using all the economic terms and macroeconomy and all of the different things, it is because they don't have a solution. So they hide or shield themselves with these reports just so they can get by. But the reality remains. You see in the living condition of the people. See what this young man did. The little thing he got, he extended to a neighbor and see how receptive they were to receive what they got from him. That's tell you about our country. And so this is not time for us to have National Prayer Day. There are more churches in Liberia today than schools. This is not time for us to declare National Prayer Day. It is time for us to implement policy initiated that will give the people job opportunities so they themselves can be able to purchase their own food. Invest into agriculture so the people can grow their own food. Create job opportunity. Liberians need job today, not prayer. If a man is hungry, prayer won't do anything. You must feed him first, and then you talk about praying for him. So I want to talk to this president by this medium to say, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Liberia or Liberians don't need prayer at this moment. Liberians need job. That's what they need. Job opportunity should be your focus point right now. How to create job. Private sector job. Create this middle class that does not exist today. Try working on this middle class. You may not achieve all of it with your time you have, but at least lay the foundation so whoever comes after you can pick back from there and keep it moving.
Excellent. Let me go to Dr. Peabody.
I think Ahmed is in the back.
Okay, guys, when you keep falling off there, if you keep falling off, I told you to get rid of those button phones and get a real phone. You don't want to do it. This is what happens to you. Ahmed, the orator just talked about President Labira. The president should be decisive. The president, Waka set up another commission to probe the contradiction in the economic trends. How come the imports are falling, but commodity prices are just going high? Why do you have a commerce ministry? Why do you have finance ministry? Why set up another committee to probe the committee to probe what's happening? What is going on here? So all they talk that the orator talk about, it means absolutely nothing.
First of all, hats off to most. Hats off to the closing argument and other podcasts around the country, because a lot of what the orator said, I think that over the last 1 year on this very platform and many others that people have been saying. So the orator was very on point. He was able to capture, in my view, many of these concerns that have been expressed on these different platforms every day. Every single day, you come out here, take out from your job, and they do nothing but provide a roadmap, a guidance to the government. Fortunately, at the bigger stage, the orator summarized most of these different concerns, and he said it. Hopefully, it made something, and I think it did, because then the president set up a committee. But let me tell you something. When the president wants to kick the cup down the road further, he doesn't want to take bold action. They go with that strategy of setting up committees, setting up this, setting up that, as you rightly said. There is a commerce minister who have been on the job for over 2 years, or close to 2 years. And of course, so it is with the finance minister and every other sector that's involved with these basic commodity things every day. You got the Freeport of Monrovia where these things come from. The last time the very vice president was at the Freeport, whining again, talking about all the cost of shipping very high. But hey, yeah, you the vice president. Because of course the high shipping cost will likely affect the prices. So in other words, it's like you as a father in the home, your kids, if they did wrong thing, it came to your attention, then you say, okay, let me wait for your mom to counsel you to look into the matter. It's an attempt to either drag the situation or show some responsibility under the thing. And now we must admit, part of the reason why sometimes you see government become hands tied in taking these bold actions, not because of the economy, but because they become entangled with other interests in the general business people. Like, for example, somebody bringing in rice in a country, he has gone to build different relationship with people in the government, got different interests. There's someone bringing mosquito coil, all these kind of things. So the reason sometimes these prices just go continue to increase is because individually people from government go to these very businesses to demand they have them contribute to different national projects. And as such, business, they're not going to give you anything free. You know that. The man get 50,000 in contribution. You just want to add the cost back on the on the goods to get the money back. So I think the decision to set up a committee is another try to keep the cup down, not to take full responsibility. The president can take decision, call a cabinet, review it, and take a decision. What more that they're going to investigate. They're going to ask for the pepper price. What new thing they're going to learn. So as you rightly said, the president and the orator also said it. The president needs to be decisive. I think he has shown a lot of indecisiveness and emphasizing the issue of firing people. And I will just conclude by on the Zago thing to say, if I was Zago professionally, as an educated professional man, it is the president's right to try to suspend you. But I don't think you as a person should sit down and allow yourself to be suspended for over 9 months. Why can't you resign? Why sit 9 months? Sit even 3 months. You're not under investigation. Probably you're under investigation. No investigation, no serious allegation. You just got suspended and you spend 9 months. Then you want to go cry. Say they just keeping me. No. After 9 months, it's better you don't wait for them to dismiss you, especially when you know you did nothing wrong. Chawon Gonglo did similar thing when Ellis suspended our entire cabinet. What did he do after a while? He said, look, we didn't do anything wrong. I disagree that I should have been suspended. And so I'm stepping away. I think sometimes people should be brave enough to do so and find other means to use their expertise to survive. If the other people can survive outside of government, I think an educated man who has a lot of experience can do the same. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Peabody, this is why most people take politicians for who they are. After the orator spoke, and everybody knew what he was talking about. We got a headline today that says President Walker seeks divine blessing upon the nation and renews the covenant for peace and unity and declares Wednesday as National Prayer Day. We just said this thing, okay? Just what we said, the people said the prayer thing is not working. We spend too much time praying and let's start working. Let's work. What the scripture says, faith without work is dead faith. I think something of that nature.
Right.
They are just telling this man, this president, that listen, we need to do more. And he turns around and says we should go pray. He has declared Wednesday the day of fasting prayer.
Well, let me come on this from a different perspective. I think based on his religious belief, he's a Christian. He's a deacon within the Baptist Church, and he believed that we need to seek God more, and probably God will, you know, prayer works only if you know what you're praying for. Prayer do work. It does. You have to know what you're praying for. If you have a missed priority in your prayer, then it's not going to work. But I think, look, let's take it from this. The president set up another committee today. He set another committee today. That's sure the president is willing to listen. First and foremost, he's willing to accept correction. He may be slow to act. Now, I'm going to give it to Joe Barker. We're calling for peace and reconciliation. Some people didn't, as former leaders, national leaders, they didn't even show up to the Independence Day celebration. Now, what else could get you so mad that you couldn't even show up on July 26th? It's like beer that comes fresh, and we did not even show up. I don't care how I disagree with somebody when it comes to certain things, I'm going to do it. Okay? When it comes to certain things in my home, I don't care how my wife and I disagree. But when it comes to family, of course I will. So the thing is, look, I always say this, Waka may mean good for Liberia, but the age factor play a major role. And like what Emmett said, you got some wrong people sitting beside you that just come and talk. I mean, these guys are fighting each other like every second. One person leave, go to the president, and all you have is title toddler, started toddlers. Oh, gossip, move the president, do the other one, and trying to convince him. I heard that what to do the fight, But I think the president needs to be more. We appreciate the prayer. We all got to pray. Anybody who say prayer does not work, that's not true. Prayer works. So it does. Ask people for other faith. But in my faith, I know that when I pray for something, it works because I do it honestly and I know exactly what I'm praying to God for. I'm not going there to pray to God for people to bring money and say the sowing seed or bring 10 bags of rice and bring the one say the sowing seed while the man is out there crediting money. And you're lying to this person. You're sitting there and telling him that somebody want to kill him in the church. Or you see one of his enter one of the kill him just to make that person so afraid to bring him money. Those are fake prayers. Those are fake stuff. But I'm saying here, at least President Barker is willing, because he set up another committee today. He's willing to at least, how many times we have guest speaker on July 24th celebration, July 26th celebration, and they recommend something, and do we follow this thing? Anyone follows it? And then the government follow. Well, some of those recommendations have been put in place. This government needs a lot of help. And that's part of reconciliation. For the first time, that the guest speaker said, he was the first person that came up with having a service after I don't know how many years for all those that were killed. The first man to apologize to the Liberian people for the Civil War. I think we need to give him kudos. I think we need to do that. The government not be worried. You still got a lot of corrupt people. That's why the speaker said, don't suspend people. You won't fire them. As long as once you have clear evidence that this person involved in some corruption, you fire them. Because they can't be in the position again and investigating them that their reputation, everything is tainted. But I think at least you got somebody who's willing to listen. Then others in the past, they were not willing to learn, and they were not even willing to listen. They were all about the Benjamins. So what I would say here is, I think he just needs to align himself with some really good people who can look in the face and tell him, say, look, this is wrong, and you have to say it, have to do it. Not those who go there just because they want to protect other interests and things like that. But I think that would be the right thing to do. But at least he can listen compared to others.
Mr. Pee-wee, my president, Trump tells me, go Wednesday and pray. I won't even listen to him. If I had to show up to work, my hour waiting for me, people waiting for me, he can tell me to pray as many times as you want. I'm going to work. We are talking about the economy. We are talking about job creation. And he set up another committee to decide Why prices are high?
Yeah, quite unfortunate again. And I'm here trying to, I'm trying to do two things at the same time here. I'm listening to one of the things Zago said, and then at the same time following the show very religiously. But yet, what I would say, we have, I think, two national holiday in our country history that we talk about this praying thing. We have in a couple of months or 3 months, if you will, we're going to be having Thanksgiving Day. I think Thanksgiving Day is in November, right? It's in November. It's the first Thursday in November, and then we do also earlier on in the year we had National Fasting Prayer Day. Now, and you know, if that's what I said. I say it seems that the president is not in charge of what is unfolding in the country, and it's unfortunate to have a head of state that is not in charge. It's quite unfortunate, and the rest. That's all I would say to that. We have national, and we have Thanksgiving Day coming. Then the president is taking our important time where he's admitted that the post suffering in the country, and he said, "I will play." There's no serious policy prescription that you try to push forward. You needed to project some major policy prescription that moving forward. Tangible things should be unfolding in the country. Listen to what Zago is saying today. Zago is making some serious revelation tonight, he said already. Zago is saying that he received his letter of suspension, and I think we need to take some time on this if possible tomorrow. Zago is saying he received a letter of suspension in November of last year. And in the letter of suspension, it was not about corruption. In the red letter, the letter is saying he exercised poor judgment. I think it was this issue about New Exit Republican situation that unfolded about someone leaving the country. I don't know what this guy that they extradited to Guinea, PV or whatsoever, or this Camara person. They say he exercised poor judgment. And the letter continues. It says, we hope that after your end, you will be suspended for 3 months. And after your return, you will have learned from your mistake. From November to now, his letter was very definitive. It said 3 months. He stays suspended. But here's what Zago is saying tonight. It's important, very important. Zago is saying that Samuel Kofi Woos is the architect behind a removal from government. Samuel Kofi Wu and the president's nephew, the current Internal Affairs Minister, Francis Sakila Yumale. Those two men are behind his removal from government. He says Kofi Wu is in the executive mansion orchestrating a lot of dangerous things against the people of Lofa County. To the extent, Kofi Wu is saying that the people of Lofa did not vote for Joseph Boakai. He said these are things that Kofi Wu is saying. The fake human rights lawyer, Kofi Wu, the man that pretends to be a human rights advocate, a rights advocate himself, that is now serious a corrupt element trying to deceive the Liberian people and misinforming the president of the Republic of Liberia. Kofi Wu is saying the Lofa people did not vote for Boakai, so those Lofa people in the government, he will find means to get rid of them one by one. And Francis Imande is also saying to Zago, he told Zago before to the Capitol building that if my uncle won these elections pending, you will never come close to government. He said, Imande told him that. So these are serious things happening behind the scene, but we'll take some time to see if we play most of them tomorrow, if we have the time. And then I will have the whole server up, and we'll move into the discussion. But so this is telling you now what I was just part of validating what I'm saying, that there's this serious division within the circle of the presidency in there. But the issue about going to pray on Wednesday, when we have fasting prayer day, when we have Thanksgiving Day coming, we already did fasting and prayer. So the fasting and praying that we did this past,
the man overwhelmed. He needs spiritual guidance.
What is unfolding? I mean,
but he can have that on a separate time.
Let me say this quick.
There's a serious thing there, because every day we pray and we fast. We need to do the poor work. Everybody work, he steps down and we move on.
Let me say this quickly, Jerome, as you go around the table. Look, and Dr. Peabody will probably bear me out. You pray for supernatural intervention for those things that are beyond your capacity, right? You pray for God's intervention, you pray for divine intervention for those things that are beyond your capacity. To fire someone who is a bad actor in your government, you don't need divine intervention for that.
Don't pray to fire them.
Exactly. But I'll just leave it there.
So the
Mr.
people pray
Dix,
to change the car too.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dix, I did a month ago. Our Islamic brother had a 30 days of fasting. Before we had the day of fasting, fast and prayer day. I mean, in Liberia, we are praying people. There's for every mosque, there's a church. For every church, there's a mosque. Everybody's a preacher. Everybody's a evangelist. Everybody's an imam. I mean, we are prayer up. If Jesus were to come and count the churches, you think Liberia, we shouldn't have any crime, no sin, no sinner should be in Liberia. Our economy is going. The president said, set up another commission to probe the contradiction in the economic trends. Hey man, what happened to Ganfuan? People were saying this guy is a genius. When he comes, the economy will take off. We had a commerce ministry. They will regulate, they will do this, they will do that, and the country would. Now it looks like the president had given up on that and leave, like Omar Ellen used to say, leave your own with God. So here we are now. Wednesday will be legally another prayer, fast and prayer day.
Well, so what our reporter can do on Wednesday is to drive around and see how many churches will be open that day and how many bars will be open that day. Then we'll know how the fast and prayer going. You know, look at it that way. I mean, I will hit on a few points. Pertaining to you know, Steve Zago and this whole suspension versus dismissal thing, you know, the cats in the Unity Party, they have a habit of shifting the goalposts. When you are a political appointee, there's nothing called suspension. Poor judgment, you resign or you get dismissed. But these Unity Party guys, they are shifting the goalposts that you only get dismissed when LACC deemed is criminal. So that means there are going to be a lot of suspended people. So you look at the case of Zago, he's immigration commissioner, so that's a paramilitary organization. When they suspend you pending investigation. They don't suspend you and you go sit down home and wishing that they call you back. So if there were poor judgment executing his duty, was that? I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if there was poor judgment, was there any investigation done by the national security team? None. And then if I mean, the guy was setting up for 9 years, he should have done an honorable thing, just resign. Then just sitting endlessly waiting that they call you back. You know, then he used the word abandonment. I mean, nobody abandoned you. The government is not responsible for you. You know, go find something else to do. You know, I don't pay the people when they feel that working governments a sense of entitlement. You know what I mean? So and then coming to this commission thing that the president setting up, I hope, you know, we have a habit in Liberia that look at our school days. The popular teacher on campus is the guy that almost everybody failing his class. That the popular teacher on campus. The guy that everybody passing a class, oh, that teacher, that foolish teacher. I mean, the guy where you passing a class, he's teaching you good. The guy where you failing a class, he's not teaching you. So we have a habit of making things very difficult to be important, you know. So one of the things they can look at, they can streamline a lot of processes in the country. From the port to the Ministry of Commerce, they got this IPD team, which is like a cartel. The IPD team, all it does is just create monopoly. I mean, you have a bureau of standard. Use the bureau of standard. If I want import sardine, I import sardine. General import sardine. The bureau of standard once they qualify me, if I bring my consignment in and I qualify bureau of standard, I pay my custom duty and put it on the market. But this whole, you know, you want to broaden the base and give consumer more options, and then the prices will stabilize. But if you keep going the same way, we're going to have the same result. Thank you.
I think you struck a chord.
1 minute. Mr. Robert Gagwa. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he struck a chord, Siafa, on the IPD issue. So when what's his name? Amin Moda was there, they issued 3 IPDs to Liberians, right? And part of the reason why they could not issue more IPDs, and I think those 3 Liberians, that was just, you know, a political stunt they put up. You can't tell me that a person in Liberia should have $500,000 in their bank account or a credit of $500,000 from a reputable banking institution in Liberia for them to obtain an IPD from the government. So clearly, that's just to keep the monopoly of the rice importing in the country and other commodities. You are not helping the people. You claim that you open the rice market to every Liberian, but the condition laid out automatically disqualify those people. $500,000 requirement? That is too far-fetched. So thank you, Shafa, for raising that point.
Thank you. Let me welcome Robert Gagwa. Robert Gagwa, you're just coming on here, so I will hit you with this one. It says here the Millennium Challenge Corporation to decide Liberian eligibility for a new development compact in the coming days. But the finance minister was not definitive. He didn't say, so folks are saying, why is he vacillating? Augustine Gafwan disclosed and said no funding figure have been finalized. Your take, why you think they're supposed to be brilliant finance minister who's supposed to know Washington very well, know his way around, is feeling shaky and not definitive and not confident that this thing is in the bag?
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so much for the phenomenal job that you're doing. It is great to be back on. And hello to the rest of the panelists. I think I'll first like to give the finance minister some credit, though, right? And I'm usually tough on him. I thought that he did something today that we have seen would have been lacking when it comes to what it truly means when we say government is continuity, right? And that is, you may not have started a project, but it is part of your responsibility now to finish or to pick up where your predecessor left off. And I thought that he did give credit to the previous administration when he talked about they've got some passes from the last administration, and that they now have to do the work to get to where we're supposed to get to. The truth of the matter is, and we all know that it's not a rocket science. We all know that no compact $500 million have been awarded to Liberia. Okay, we've done our due diligence. We've done the work under the previous administration. The MCC, we qualify for the compact, but there are still requirements that must be met for that to be awarded to us. And so we still got some work to do. There's still some governance issues. There's still some corruption issues. There are many, many different things that I think the government will have to strengthen and put in place to see this thing actualized. And so any other narrative that there's 500, by the way, this is great news. If the 500 MCC $500 million have been actualized, this is phenomenal news for Liberia. And it doesn't matter who government is in office. If that money is properly used, that this could help with Liberia's infrastructure plan, right? So this is great news. This is not about Unity Party, CDC, or ANC, or CMC, or none of that, right? This will be great news for Liberia. I think the issue is when we continue to spread lies and misconception, and then the misconception does not align with this managing of our expectations. If the government are using propagandas to disseminate false information, then again you are not attempting to manage the expectations of folks who have said the cost of living is completely high, who have questioned infrastructure issues like healthcare, and all of these different things. And so I don't think it's great propaganda to say that $500 million has been awarded. No, there's still work needs to be done. And I don't think we're close to being awarded the $500 million until we meet all of the different requirements as per the compact requirements. You're muted.
Yes, we have.
Can I step in for a minute, quick?
Yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute. We have a caller here who is calling from Liberia. I want to get him on before his LEC go off. Your name and where you calling from?
A regular guy on the show.
Oh, I think I have.
I'm grateful being on the show. But quickly, I listened to Sidiki. Unfortunately, he's not on. He talked about whether that prayer will stop people from venturing into corruption. No, it's not prayer. Or stop people from venturing into corruption. The fact that the leader, the chief scribe of our country, the president, will muster the courage to suspend an official of government and then ask LCC to conduct an impartial investigation and then come up with findings and inform me as to what step to take further. It say that, it tells us that we have, not just an ordinary leader like the person he supported a year back. Sidiki was down here warning with the now sanctioned senator of Brewer when he was consultant at the National Port Authority. He did not advise the CDC government at the time why should we allow people to keep working the resources of our country. That even led to the sanction of Bill and the lack of McGill. So for somebody to come on the show and pretend like they are the moral voice today, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate.
Thank you very much.
That all you got to say is unfortunate.
Yeah. Where
exactly? Let me step in for a minute, Mr. Gilman.
Where is Ahmed? Ahmed, I can't see you.
I'm right here.
Okay, guys. Let's see his face.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
You could have said that in the comment.
Yeah, let's check out the comment. There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
But what I wouldn't
I wouldn't give Abu. Yeah, I wouldn't give Abu that much credence because he brings nothing much to offer what's happening. In fact, he's just excited to be amongst those people opponent government. He takes picture with them, so he's excited with that. I understand that. Abu was one of those persons when the police attempted demonstrated some force of aggression against somebody in our studio. He celebrated that. So I understand where his mindset is. But look, what we are saying, and that's what makes the broadcast presidency a little different. Broadcast is on that job with over 40 years experience. So the question is, how the Tubman, perhaps he was there around at that time, address issue of such crisis? How did Talbot do it? How Doe did it? How did his former boss Ellen did it? I would think with all the different experience, Braga should have a solution also of prayer. You know what politicians do when they talk about prayer? It is the way they try to keep people in submission because they play on people's faith. Every Liberian person who believes in God go to bed, pray every day, whether you call for national prayer and fast, they pray every day. But that has not provided it because what God will do in response to prayer, God, look, I don't want to be, I'm not a preacher, but God does not perform miracle currently except He does it through man or woman. That is, He gave ideas, He gave logic, He gave some form of capacity for His miracle to be effective. And that is what happens when you become the president. So, it would have been a different case had the president provided to the nation steps in remedying the situation and say, okay, let's pray. But when your first response to a national crisis that led to a protest, that led to another senator, a former finance minister highlighting these things, now an orator on the national stage, your first response is, oh, you're not going to pray? It's no different to me from when former President we have said, had all the security looking, you're not going to put CCTV to our house. Those kinds of opaque responses cannot be solutions. These things require you to sit down and advance solution that solve the problem. So, we don't want to waste time with what Abu say. Abu is excited to be around at this At this moment, he's excited to be taking pictures here with people. But what we're focusing on is, look, Mr. President, you might be one of the most qualified Liberian presidents because you have had the opportunity to serve in every function of the executive branch. And so crisis of this nature should not be new. But beyond that point, Barker knew what he was coming to. That's why he promised rescue. Obviously, if we just give a qualitative definition of what rescue means, it would mean to save, to make different, to redeem, to give a different picture. So he knew what he was getting into. You don't need to go pray to tell us now that you want God to give you a vision. So you never had any idea coming to this job. It's like you go to an interview for a job and you don't have any idea what the company is about in the first place. Now what? And you say, oh, I mean, come on, man, let's be friends. Let's be friends. And then sadly, Abu happens to be the people that the Union Party depend on to tell us what's happening in the country. Isn't that unfortunate? That is unfortunate. You know, so we don't dignify it. Just tell us, look, we're not going anywhere. And prayer, we believe in prayer, we'll all pray, but prayer cannot be the first policy prescription of a government that boasts of all of close to 5 decades of experience. That is unfortunate. It's unacceptable. We will not accept that. We don't elect a preacher. We elected a president to lead. That is why when the Israelis were praying to God all the time, they still told God to give us a leader. So God gave them Saul. Because they knew that there were some physical things, some practical things that the leader must do while God is there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's just unfortunate that we deal with Abu there as chief spokesperson for the government of the United Party.
Thank you. Let me welcome Ms. Susan Wange. Susan, how are you? You know, I know you just woke up. Your breakfast is on the table. It's all right. You're upside down. You are way down there on the earth. But let me hear you. If you listen to the speech in Monrovia on Saturday, what was your best takeaway from the speech? What stood out to you? If your son or daughter were to ask you, say, what did the preacher say? Well, what will you say from the top of your head that stood out?
It is about the prayer point.
We are talking about the July 26th celebration. I know you just woke up.
You just woke up, so you got to refresh.
Yeah, okay. Let us go around and come back to you.
Let me step in for a minute here, Mr. Gilman.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Dix.
Yeah, so I just want to make a comment pertaining to this MCC thing. You know, since this Trump administration came in, it kind of like dismantled most of these entities, like you say, because MCC they haven't have a political appointee yet. So I've been looking on the MCC side, because before MCC were pretty good at with press releases with these compact and thing and scorecard. So the only thing I see on the side is that the foreign assistant review of MCC portfolio is complete. MCC resulting portfolio will be clearly aligned with Trump administration of America's first foreign policy, and it shows that the agency continues to make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Additional details will be conveyed in the coming weeks following the MCC board process, as well as engagement with Congress and our partner countries. And that was on July 25th. So I don't know what all this hoopla is coming about, because not your MCC side I talk about any country, even the one with Sierra Leone. I don't see anything on MCC side with Sierra Leone. So I don't know where the news is coming from. I would take it with a grain of salt as of now.
No, but so if they didn't put it on their website, what the MCC will also do, will write those partner countries directly. We inform them that we start them, because the Minister of Finance came out today and had a press conference on that. That I don't know, because I was privileged to sit in 2 of the NCC meetings before in 2018 and 2019 here in DC. So yeah, they will do direct. It's a direct partnership agreement in terms of informing them about that. So for the Minister of Finance to come and have that press, it don't necessarily have to be on their site in terms of what they will do. They have some conversation on that, to a diplomatic note that would be.
I mean, what I'm coming at, I'm not questioning the fact. I'm not questioning the fact. People talking about dollar amount, and the process is when you pass the scorecard, then you are qualified for a compact. Then you got to put a compact together. But before you put a compact together, you got to create an MCC secretariat within your country that will put a compact together, and the compact will cover certain sectors of the economy. You could say road, electricity. These are all economic constraint analysis.
But who attached the dollar amount?
No, I'm talking about people talking on $500 million. You're talking on social media. Now I'm just coming. No,
Yeah.
the reason I'm saying is that because sometimes we got to educate the people. There's a process because this thing it takes time. If it takes time because by the time you put your secretariat together and you complete multiple compact agreement, MCC review and decide to take one before they disperse the money and get that. You look at 2.5, 3 years time. So our people stop thinking that we're not nobody going to cut a check next weekend. By the time they put out a press release, don't have it there.
Absolutely no. And the Minister of Finance did not indicate that today. Even
no, it's not the Minister of Finance. It's the propaganda people.
Yes. So what the Minister of Finance? There was a 1 minute. I mean, there was a very important aspect of the Ministry of Finance press conference today. I think the Minister did himself and the government a very great job. He's saying if that is review and other things are pressed here in DC, then they will start putting their team together to work to set the secretariat, and they will create some few jobs for librarians, and they will now go to work and start working to present, as you said just now, right? So basically, that's what he did. And I will hope, and you're right, quickly here, I will hope, Diggs, that the propagandists themselves will remove themselves from the propaganda and go straight to the policy issue of the MCC and interpret it to the poor. Because it is not mindful. It may even be the 2029, 2030 government that may start receiving the actual thing coming through. So they have to be a little bit mindful because the secretary will have to be very creative and innovative. And part of the team, the Amara Conan set up at the time, Summer 12 part of that. Summer 12, the economic policy analysts on that compact development. And that's why we developed a very, very powerful compact. He worked along with the former foreign minister of Liberia, Money Captain, for the secretariat to build what we did in Liberia. So it has to be a policy issue, not a propaganda thing. No, it's not emotion. It's about the politics and it's about the policy. We have to intersplice the both policy and the written way of thinking, creativity, and all those things. Because what do we need now? Before the editing time, we're mixing the issue about the hydro and other major road infrastructure. Do we need to put the both together in structuring a policy issue that will reflect and advise the president? So the talking point will have to be holistic and exclusive. And beyond that, it will have to come from the creativity line. Policy person have to come and sit here and discuss a major thing. There's no politics in this one. We have to go plan and plan. Effective planning, and we'll present to our partners. They will say, okay, I think Liberia, before they said they need a role and they have electricity. Do we still need to tap into electricity and mix that up with infrastructure development? And what kind of infrastructure do we need? I think it's role. So can we mix the two and do an effective planning here and we'll present the compact we go through? Then the secretary will come and meet and we develop a roadmap. And this roadmap will go a long way in trying to suggest to our partners, then we approve. When they approve, then we start to roll the process. It's going to be a chain of issue we'll have to go through, given.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just.
1 minute. I'm coming. Yes, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, let me just comment too. Okay, the Minister of Finance, he's a direct point focal person for the MCC for Liberia, and he was clear. He even read a letter. This is where people are coming from. So people, I will say this: we'll defend our post, right? He said, a recent letter from Alicia Robertson Morgan, MCC's Deputy Vice President for Compact Operation, confirmed that the MCC had proposed Liberia for reaffirmation. That was the thing someone was saying.
That's why I just said the letter.
Yes, reaffirmed Liberia confirmed Liberia for reaffirmation that the board is scheduled to meet next week. Okay, if approved, the decision will relaunch the compact development process paused during the last administration. Now, the indicators, he said, look good. Liberia passed key components of the MCC scorecard, and the post move seem positive. And we gave what he did today, he gave credit to the former CDC government. He said that the passing twice consecutively was where God Liberia where it is today. It was based on a fact. So he was clear. He didn't play politics with that one. He said the last compact that was passed by CDC government on the leadership of Finance Minister, former Minister Twe, brought on this part. If Labrador have failed twice, the last 2 times, they won't be at this position today. Let's get it clear. If they have failed, they won't be at this position. So he praised the former Finance Minister, the guidance there. Government's continuity. And let me say this too. As I also went further too, I found out that even if the board approves Labrador for next week, okay, that money, I was told by somebody who worked with the MCC program for so long, said, no, Tomali, if that money, if they approve, once I get that money comes in trenches. Once I feed that money by 2028. Now, don't forget now, election 2029. So the next government, if Boga is re-elected or whoever is elected, that person will inherit it. Mind you, during the early administration, when Labrador won the, I think the second, the $250 million, CDC government inherited it. Okay, they inherited that amount and they were able to focus on the man coffee. So for me personally, as a Liberian, a patriot Labrador, nationalist too, I'm rooting for Labrador. I pray that we'll get it so that it will be better for the country. Because they got to set a whole office. And I was also told that's not money that people can easily play with though. You don't play with that kind of money because a lot of stuff, I mean, Siafa deeds. He's somebody who I know work on this kind of stuff. So he will tell us more about it. That kind of money is not just money you can take and just grab it and eat it. No. It goes through a lot of process. That's why they said the whole office is set up to go through it. So and that way you set up a whole office to make sure people who work for foreign sector.
Timali, let me
what you say?
Timali.
What you saying?
Guys who work with the former foreign ministers and also with the World Bank, all you guys know all about this thing good. So you have the people to understand better too that they reaffirm that Liberia will may get it next week. So that pray that what the president said, "Man, fast and pray," and we'll pray and fast on Wednesday. We'll celebrate and pray for it so that Liberia can get it.
Timali, your information is misleading.
If Liberia will get that money, the next government will be my government. The government will be part of next government because we'll win. And I tell you, we'll win. You can be talking to say, I get my telly.
What did you that president?
My man, anybody who win that government.
I will let you, but I know my government will win, so we will inherit that money.
What did you that president?
Anybody that win that government, it means a Liberian. We know somebody going to win.
Once they thank you,
but Gamer, let us provide.
Because you're driving now, you get to you order. It looks like you will be walking.
But Sirigi attacking who picking again.
Mr. Gamer, last week, you ain't no picking. You ain't no picking. Don't play that picking here.
Look for solidarity with Zago.
I know, right?
Zago. People pushing the Lover solidarity with Zago.
No. Yes, right. I'm not pushing any Lover solidarity with Steven Zago.
Several said it earlier. You serve at the will and pleasure of the president.
No, I'm coming.
But listen,
no, excuse me, Mr. Moderator, can you?
1 minute. I'm coming to you, listen, I'm coming to you, Ahmed. Zago argument is if I did something wrong, just fire me. Don't tell me 3 months. I will be back to you. Then 9 months, you even call me.
Exactly.
It's our profession. That's what he's saying.
And to conclude,
go ahead, Pete. We react quick. Let me go to
and to conclude on that point, money. Please tell the president.
But give my was for short time, man. And I'm home or somewhere else.
You see, the man is some kind of hole. Okay.
No.
But what about that whole woman from talking?
Too many. Just tell the president that listen, I'm not a tribalist. I have never been a sectionalist. And I don't intend to be a tribalist moving forward. I'm a nationalist. I'm a patriotic element, right? But here's what I will say to you.
That's the best of our people.
Yeah, here's what I will say to you. I did not by any chance insinuate in my concluded discussion that I was tying with Zago because he's from Lofa County. No. If I went, if I had that analogy, if I was kind of a tribalist, I would have been a Boaka, a strong Boaka because he's from Lofa, he's my uncle. But no, it's not the case. But here's what I said. Zago let us say suspended for 90 days. It's now almost since November. Almost 10 months since they did that to him. 90 days. And in his letter, they said the reason of his suspension, he did not exhibit what we call due diligence in his letter and what have you. and then he will return after 90 days. The president hoped after he returned, he will improve on his performance. That's why I'm fronting on. Now, what is unfolding there now is saying, we hear this from behind the scene, that Kofi Woos is one person that is fighting his coming back to the liberal immigrant, but the removing or the appointed somebody. How can you suspend someone from a job and then you replace the person and the person still remains suspended? Fair. And that's what I said again, man. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Ahmed, go ahead real quick. Let me go to Mr. Kamara. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the Timberlands assertion that the COPA could make an approval in a week's time. That's not true. That's not the case. We haven't reached the point in the context that an agreement, an approval for the release of funds. We haven't reached there yet. I think either Pee-wee or somebody else might have listed.
Somebody said that. You're wrong. Somebody said that.
You said by next week that I thought.
No, he was reading from a letter.
I didn't say that.
But that's what I'm saying. The point is that process up to what we call the enforcement is about 7 steps. There must be legal ratification, there must be economic analysis, of course. Then you talk about setting up the secretariat. So, but that cannot happen in a week time. Let me tell you the timeline. So, for example, the letter sent to Liberia, was that anything new? That's the stage. The first stage is the letter of invite telling you have been selected. The second stage is what this is now, telling you that perhaps the next one now, you will have to set up the different committee. There must be project design. So that thing can go between 12 to 18 months just reviewing the whole process. And you really said it. I would think that and the rest of the guys have lived. Good thing, the party has the institutional knowledge. They secure it before. So the people stay around. Amara stay around. Gafan was there. So they do have people to go to. The only disappointing part is that they don't need to lie to do these things. It's not necessary. It's not like an institution of government that has not done it before. They have achieved it before. And people who did it, they're still there. They know the process. When you see the deputy information minister also posting something like that, it becomes scary. Like what's happening? Why the guys behaving so desperate? But in short, I conclude.
Okay, man, I 2 minutes.
Mama, you been taking stuff.
Now you're gonna have the man starting all over again. Don't do
that. And one person that could help them really that they could contact Dr. James Scully. He would do a lot of work if they are selected now.
So they think require a lot of work. Look, the signing ceremony, before we get the signing ceremony, after you sign, then there's a last part that called enforcement. So it was just so unfair. Because listen, if that thing was being done by perhaps the CDC, you say, well, we didn't have the experience in achieving a contract before, so yes. But this is a party that have achieved that thing before one of Madam Salih. For them to just jump and start, somebody says the 4,250 coming, the other 500 in 6 months, the other. So when people do that in the I'm going to post all over the place, man. If you want me to send a post for you, let me conclude. There's nothing extra that's going to happen in 1 week. There's nothing extra that's going to happen in 1 week. The COPA is led by guidelines, serious guidelines, that they will not compromise it because it comes to Liberia. Anyway, as you all say, prayer can make miracle. So maybe when we pray on Wednesday, the people say, well, it can happen. Those are all believing God, miracle can happen. But the truth is, on paper, we are still far from having that money hitting the bank account.
Thank you.
And just for a joke, the people say in a chat room, they say the part of bringing the money today, but so constant when you talk about it, how many they tell the money back.
Maybe that instant chat room, you saw all of message.
Mr. Kamara, welcome to the show.
So anything goes up with boy, anything goes up with boy, why?
Yeah, anything for you go the opposite. Soon as the money coming to put on you, give me
let me come in.
Yeah, go ahead. After you then go to Susan. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kim, man. I'm considering to come on. I'm now home.
Yeah,
But every day you
I'm a
prostrate to come here, you
Maserado.
still come.
Yeah, but quickly, you know, Sirigi session is mere representation of what the Minister of Finance said, or supporters of the regime have
I
been
didn't call
saying
the
since
Minister
last
of
evening.
Finance. I didn't call
Yeah,
the
you didn't
Minister of
follow, but
Finance.
listen, you were talking, I
I
didn't
didn't quote him.
interrupt.
Yeah, but
Let
let
the
me
man
correct.
continue, please.
Yeah, but the man
I
should
didn't
not
interrupt.
directly
Sleepy,
quoting me. I quoted Timon George.
Sleepy, I
I
didn't
didn't quote the
interrupt.
Minister of Finance for correction.
But
Please correct
you
it.
can't,
Okay,
but you,
if he calls your name, we'll bring you back to rebut. Go ahead, come on.
Thank you.
the first thing he disagree with Tumali, he said Tumali, a section was not right. He misleading the audience. On last evening, the Minister of Finance, they received message. And I what prompted a press conference today. Is it sometimes we have a pull away we have a pull away sentiment and be objective. Last evening, he did receive message that what prompted a press conference from where he sit. He received message from a powerful person from MCC that Liberia is on the verge of being reaffirmed on the compact.
Can you
Hopefully
supply that
next week.
message? Can you give us that message? If you can't give it to us, don't give it.
But today the man have press conference and from where he sit,
He
from
didn't
where
play
he
the
sit
message.
as minister, Mr. Nangwe, let me learn. From where he sit as minister, the chief that minister, they receive message. And I what prompted a press conference today. He said, as soon as that process is finalized by next week, because these guys are supposed to be having meeting by next week, he will update the public. Nobody, no supporter of the regime on yesterday or today said that the first 250 million will come to the country. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. People is on the show. We have Mr. Seba on the show. These are people who have been around. They know how MCC stuff is work. So for you to come on the show and say figures of the regime said that the 250 will come first, no, nobody said that yet.
Somebody
The
guys
man
said it.
said
That's
there are
one.
processes leading to getting
Somebody
the
guys
money.
said it.
And he acknowledged the role played by Samuel Tuwe, the 10 Minister of Finance under CDC regime. And he also talked about setting up a team comprising an avalanche of technocrats. And glad that Pee-wee did mention Dr. Colley. Obviously, Dr. Colley will be part of the team because he's one of the brightest. There are folks around here who are
You
not
had
in
the team. I
government
don't know where
and
he
they are
can do
major
it. Hey, he had
contributors
it.
to
How he had it? I don't know,
the
but
government. So for somebody to come on the
you
show because they have some
put that thing out.
political alignment or political lineage and think that without them nobody can do anything better. Yeah.
Thank you, Kamar.
So,
Thank you.
Senator, can you come and can I work him out? Just
Amen.
one, just
We're
30
not using my.
seconds.
Let me
Like,
come
wow.
in.
Wow. Did you guys see the Liberians' independence yesterday? Like, TikTok mothers and fathers, the ancestors of TikTok. Did
What are
you
what?
see Liberians' independence day yesterday? Mad. Liberians. Shout out to all Liberians. Liberians. Emphasis on Liberians. Cause what? I was thinking
What are we seeing here,
enjoyments,
guys?
like center of enjoyment day for Ghana, but like right now, I'm a Liberian.
Get it like girl.
What is this?
But what is that?
Somebody got a crush.
What recognize our country? I said, what's that? The president of our
Somebody
country?
judge me, please.
Somebody got a crush. He got a
Yeah,
crush.
crush like bro.
A Ghanaian crush. You know
Look, we
Benson
said
in
it.
Ghana. You know
We
Benson
said
in
it.
Ghana. That Benson be hooking him up. Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
said it that the Independence Day was great. Everybody enjoyed it. Liberia attended in high number. You know, I was in Europe. They were
But
there
I
high
didn't
from
saw.
all around Europe.
I saw
Liberian was
Like a
there.
people,
Mr.
And I saw something on clip people there. You are right. There's in Europe.
Yeah, I guess I
Got
guess
it.
that's true.
Dr. P. Barry, when I come back to Minnesota,
I
he saw
say,
the flag Minnesota. He said, no.
Listen,
can you let the only woman in the
our queen Susan.
Susan.
Yes.
The
Susan,
breakfast.
how
You
you
your coffee.
say happy in Australia?
Susan, the
You
only
finished,
one left for us now.
was
I don't
sick,
know
man.
the
It
other
was sick.
room.
you finished drinking the coffee?
Not yet. I'm still sleepy.
Oh,
But
okay.
It's like
Celebrate
next money
26. How did you guys celebrate 26
electricity
yesterday?
over there.
I want to talk about the 26th. After saying this, I
Okay.
want to talk about the whole MCC stuff. And the way in which the UP government, the way they're proceeding on Facebook. First of all, the habit of celebrating something when we have not even gotten it is just, it's just sad within this government. Couple of months ago, the food they like bring people with the whole yellow machine. Oh, yellow machine coming, yellow machine coming. We didn't see yellow machine. If we have been selected, what is the point of Mo Ali, Steven, and the rest, and Mo Ali girlfriends posting on Facebook, oh, congratulations, stuff like
I even know more girlfriend.
You know, so did I teach each other? You know the party that teach
you guys
CBC, CBC
need
teaches.
to
That's
wait
what it
for
on.
us to receive. Mo Ali got plenty girlfriends on Facebook, writing posts. You guys need to wait. The level of immaturity is not even politics on the social media. It's just some form of immaturity. Trying to prove a point when there is nothing to prove. You guys promise to like bring people that you guys were at this standard, you were so educated, you were coming to make the change. But the things that you guys are doing now, I've never seen nobody doing that in Liberia. So it's for I sit here and I just feel so sad for them. To be honest with you, we'll be celebrating something that we have not even gotten it. And it needs to stop. So for the whole MCC stuff, where like for me, I will speak from my end. If you want a betterment of for your country, you have to be happy. So whatever that that is, even though we sit on Facebook and criticize the government, whatever that benefit the country, where I'm for sure happy because we won Liberia.
Susan, get rid of that button phone.
July
Okay.
26th here. The July 26th was very, very boring here. Um, you will be surprised that most Liberians here are focused on the politics. We are divided here. In as much as Americans, the Liberian Americans in over there, you guys focus on politics. You all got platforms. The people here don't have platforms, but they take things so personal. So the place was really empty here. I can send a picture to Timothy George.
Oh.
The hall was empty because they have this division among them here. So I'm thinking next year I will probably be coming to America to celebrate my July 26th over there, especially in Minnesota because this year Minnesota really came true.
Oh.
Yeah, Minnesota came true. Yes.
Susan will ask
And,
Mr.
and the
Ability
governor
to
did well too. The governor
I
declared
saw,
a
I
week.
saw, I saw Philip. I saw.
we can ask Mr. Ability to bring it along next year when you come, Mr. Ability.
Yes, I saw
Okay.
Philadelphia.
That
I saw
would be great.
Providence.
That would be
I
great.
saw I saw Providence, Rhode Island. I saw Atlanta, Georgia. I was
Man,
in
you were to
Colorado,
see,
Colorado
you were
did
to
also
see
celebrated
Antwerp,
it.
Belgium. You were to see Antwerp, Belgium. It was
Yeah, after
crazy.
Belgium,
I give
Yeah,
them
I saw
Minnesota.
Belgium. I
Minnesota
saw
scored a show in
Belgium.
America. Minnesota won it. I
yes,
give them
yes,
that.
absolutely. But they're the largest Liberian area now.
Yeah, they're the largest.
yeah, they
They're
got
the
a
largest.
larger than population. But we saw what happened back home. Was it
But
the
Timley
beach
George
program?
really enjoyed this
You saw
weekend. You
the
saw
beach program
Timley
back
was
home. You saw the beach.
Timley was with Ben Senvi, Timley was Kev, Timley was with Costa, and they had their
They had the
Hennessy,
executive pool
and the
party.
girls were all around them. My
Oh,
God.
Watch yourself, Susan. You better watch yourself.
listen.
Susan,
It's the third lane. It's the third lane. That's the third lane there.
They tell you, get on the beautiful girls.
That's the third lane, yeah.
What I can tell you,
Uh-huh.
2029. Look, let me tell you something right now, right? Take your legal. For the next 2 years, there will be a paradigm shift in our political journey. Take my word. Your thing where you're seeing what happened, you'll start thinking differently.
Susan, the chief just told you what you saw yesterday, this long weekend, that the warm up. Wait for 2 years from now. The one you're going to see, you're going to be, you will be sitting in a high chair. What are they call a high chair?
Mr. Gimme, I gotta join Dr. P.
We have
real
a
quick.
video that has almost 500,000 views about it.
I'm coming, guys. Listen, what happened to the game? What happened to the Baron Aiki? Who won the game? I see Sarah Dabo here. So that means
who's the point about what Barra I game? Put that go for fun.
Barrow won in Delaware. People to one.
Barrow beat IE in Delaware.
Venezuela to the kickoff.
Wow. But you see, guys, our friends in Delaware.
Raleigh Barrow 1-2 again.
Oh.
Yeah.
But our friends from Delaware.
Anyway.
They patronize. Listen, I want Delaware because Delaware patronize our business.
Yes,
they came over here, they purchased, they promoted the event, and that's all I care. I don't care what happened in Rhode Island, they didn't send out one dime. People in Minnesota didn't send out one dime. It is Delaware. But then when I didn't see Sarah Dopo, I knew something was wrong because she's the captain of the IE girls, and she was doing the yellow boy thing. She didn't show up to this, so I know it's not too well over there. But I'm sorry. Barrow, for some reason, Barrow just hard to die. These people, they would just win. And we. Yeah, they will win. That's right. Mr. Gagwa, you were in flight. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to join Miss Dr. Peabody and say, Susan, you can't be disclosing the kind of information on the kind of show, man. Yeah. So if you see me, I mean, I know nothing's happening, but I mean, this kind of information.
What are you talking?
No, I don't care.
Round no, because yes, why? The program was live on social media, so it was actually live on social media. So
no, but
Lava is launching a preemptive.
That program I saw yesterday.
I saw the video, and the video that was on the closing arc. These guys I know these guys very well. They're professional. They're very smart guys. The cameras show you what the camera have to show, but Susan, is saying totally different thing. Yeah. So Susan, man, let's keep that for behind closed door. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Goodman.
You caught trouble, yo. You caught trouble.
You guys got some share to in listen, that is saying Fitan got our head of project program.
Let me welcome Siliki. One at a time. Go ahead, Victor, real quick.
Be thankful that Susan didn't see anything negative. What Susan saw is what all the women see. So you should be thankful that she's giving you feedback.
That's right. That's right. Welcome, Siliki. How you doing, Chief?
Yeah, good evening. Doing good.
Sidiki now we you got a lot of lights on the back there.
Yeah, you see the signal.
every week you can be taking some of your Sidiki.
You see how big the boy got say he became vice president?
Is it live?
Is it a presidential office?
Yeah, before one light in the
with the microphone, now that light.
Yeah, the man went black.
Give me before the man will come in one corner, you can see the light group. But now I'm seeing visible lights, and these are the kind of how you call the kind of lights, man. These are lights when you go in, you don't even find any depot, right? Because very expensive.
No.
Not like the LED lights.
You see how the man shining? The man got big in few months. Look how big he got. The vice president or him president, Jeff VP. Sidiki, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. But the reason you see the light behind me is because I'm on with my phone. I usually come on my computer, but today I'm using my phone. Like, why are you seeing the light?
My man, the guy phone looking good like that, better than your computer. What kind of phone is that?
But it's simple.
Looking better than the man.
He's talking on phone. The man using this phone that I think it just came out on the 24th of this month. The Samsung Galaxy Z7 Fold. The Z7 Fold.
The Z7 you get?
The Z7 Fold. It's $2,000. Really, all the men using.
Hey, the man vice president now. The man vice president. He has to live his life. So guys, let's look at the president is talking about the country, our country. Now, why is it that the People's Parade all over the world, The United Party is claiming the success of these people, like people in Minnesota. My friend Anthony Kessely say Joseph Walker is radiant. His radiance make the whole world to party. So let me start with somebody who is objective here. Let me go to Siliki. Siliki, Anthony Kessely said this party, the party all over the world, in the diaspora in particular, it was not just by coincidence. He's seen a signal that it was divine. So they are taking credit as one of Joseph Walker's successes. This is the first time I have heard something of that nature. Your take on that?
You know, Mr. Gamer, again, not only Anthony Kessely is doing that, even Costa too did that too. You know, he posts on a Facebook page, you know, saying that this is most celebrated July 26th, thanks to JNB and all of that. So this is what they do. They get no achievement, by the way. You know, they've been able to do anything tangible that the people can see, or you know, be able to feel on their lives and daily, you know, in terms of employment, you know, improving the health sector and all of that. So they just run with the petty things, you know, all of that. So, you know, at the end of the day, the Liberian people, you know, every Liberians can see if that Joseph Boaka, you know, made the kind of celebration that we saw, you know, this going July 26th, you know, the reality is there. So this is just something petty, you know, and this is what they've decided to engage into, you know. Can you imagine the eligibility for the MCC compass? They coming up, sending the narratives on social media that, you know, the government already win the money. They already give them the money. You know, so this speaks a lot. You know, they don't have the ability to do some underground work that the country can be able to secure this funding. So they just come and just prematurely celebrate on Facebook. You don't run a government on Facebook, you know. And this is why today, this evening, I posted, you know, on my Facebook page. Just yesterday, the richest businessman in Africa, Dangote, was here in Kigali with the president of Rwanda. They inaugurated a sport park here in Kigali, which should be, you know, helping small businesses here in Rwanda. But no government official run on Facebook and posting that kind of nonsense and stuff there. But in Liberia, the first time Joseph Boaka spoke with Elon Musk on the phone, that was a whole week celebration, you know, out of that. So you can't do this to the Liberian people. How do you say because of Joseph Boaka leadership, you know, like why a lot of Liberians, even outside of Liberia, are celebrating the country's independence, you know? But at the end of the day, they have no tangible misagreement, so they run around with the things there. But not only Anthony Kessely, Costa, the information minister, and the rest of the government, you know, officials, is that they are being paid with the government
Eugene Falcon.
false narrative. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you
And,
very much.
and let me just come in, Mr. Gilman. I just want to say
Yeah,
something.
please.
That,
You
that
don't
phone,
go ahead.
the phone call with Elon Musk, that thing was fake. Just to make it clear, there was no phone communication between Elon Musk and President Boaka, because the UP government, we know they would have just recorded that whole conversation hearing the both of them speak, but it was fake.
They say that was the real first AI experiment.
Yeah, that the AI experiment.
It was the Unified guys' first AI experiment.
Mr. 2 minute George, guys, please.
Mr. Gamer, let me be honest, right? The program, the Genesis program this year, I'll be honest with you, across in the diaspora, right, especially in America, in recent years, my first time seeing such a turnout. I was in Trenton first early in the day.
Yes.
The mayor of Trenton show up, the city council, the girl on fire truck for Liberia.
Yep.
Okay. And we're taking it to Liberia in November. I go on that delegation to Liberia when December. They're even talking about establishing a Morovia Trenton relationship. All that in the work. That would be a good thing too. Moreover, too, Minnesota, but forget it. Minnesota won. They cleared the whole bowl.
But they got a population.
I only heard that. I later heard they said that they were shooting at two places. I don't know what's only happening later on, but maybe several later on. But Minnesota won the day. Now,
I'm not cutting you,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not cutting you. The reason why Minnesota won the day because you have one of the best real-time African musicians perform there. right?
Davido,
So
right?
it given some, Davido
Okay.
performed there. So
That
it
was
given
good.
most team. So that was
Yeah.
the reason why Minnesota tell
But
us.
I heard too.
But it goes back again
I
to
heard
their
in Rubio
organization.
too.
That
Oh yeah, it was good.
Okay,
Yeah, they
guys,
invited, they brought him over.
I heard in Morovia that this guy they call Christopher, right? He shut down
Christopher.
SKD. I heard shut down
Yeah.
SKD. And then too,
Politicians, you can't
Christopher the change, yeah.
In Liberia, the program was well attended. You have
On the
4 heads of
beaches.
state that came to the program.
On the
The president of
beaches.
Senegal, president of Ghana, president of Sierra Leone, and I think the other guy from
Senegal, President Senegal.
So that give it credit. Look, you can't just be just negative. No, the program
No,
Liberia was well
to be fair,
attended.
it was one of the well spent
Great.
in the country.
It was great. And the
Somebody
orator was
nobody is getting nobody.
the orator was on point.
But listen.
But I think somebody you didn't get the question.
Is why would the administration take credit for something that happened in Minnesota, that happened in Trenton, that happened here, like they are saying? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not exposed.
So if I was speaking for the yes, I would say.
In Pennsylvania, Liberia ambassador to the UN, he was the guest speaker here, Louis Brown.
Yes.
If I was speaking for the government, yes, I would say, right? So the reason why people tend to they're gonna what they happy with the Liberian government. So all Liberian, so I want to say. But
I mean, just a minute, Mr. Gamer. Let me step in for a minute.
Unfortunately, Liberian just happy to celebrate. That's all.
You know, Minnesota, the kids, I talked to someone on the side on Sunday after the event. There was no shooting at that event. They trying to have to stop while playing. These kids, they don't care about all these guest speaker. It was a festival.
Okay.
They had the lieutenant governor. She read a proclamation. They have vendors there. They have music. Enjoy themselves. These kids do not subscribe to this corporate political culture where you sit, cross your legs, somebody come speak to you for 30 minutes. These kids are living in the blue economy. Until we can get up to speed with that, we'll have a problem. And Anthony, the kids are going to play their stuff next year. They have a bunch of their friends that came from other town. Their publicity was on the Blue app, social media. They're not going to go from Liberian church to Liberian churches on Sunday to announce they're having program. If you tell my son, the son will tell the parents will come there. Yep. You know, so I mean that how they ahead of the curve.
They was
so let's just and then I come let me finish. Key point. Trying to get you lying involved. You'll stay away from the children. We stay away from them. They plan their thing and we come there, we are pedestrians. We find our seat, we enjoy the event. Because let me tell you, wherever you put these people involved in that stuff, it will go haywire. Tommy, a living example, Trenton, New Jersey, I am bargaining. What happened here today?
It's a mess now.
What happened here today? So let's just come there, be pedestrian, and come and enjoy ourselves, and let them have the fun. They had a Davido concert. It was not behind the house. It was at a well-placed arena downtown Minneapolis.
Yep.
But let me ask a question. Johnny is. I love what Johnny's saying. So you all of us on a platform, majority of us been in the US for a length of time. Can you tell us why this year program was so organized and people came out in droves? Look, in Delaware, I saw the people having a parade in Trenton. They had it.
Do you know why, Tommy?
We got the fire force, right? The black men on the street.
Tommy, guess what?
Yeah.
Tommy, we have a guy sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that's attacking immigrants in this country.
Yes.
And our children are born here, go to school again. So it was time to show their identity. Right now in Brooklyn Park, we have a Liberian guy that is running for that seat that is vacant because of the death of that representative, a Liberian kid. He's not even 40 years old yet.
Yep.
And also,
So it's not anything like Liberia. People are showing their identity. We are part of this country. Our children born here, go to school here, work here, we pay taxes here. That's what driving it. That's what driving it.
Thank you.
And apart from that, though, apart from that, I think it's irresponsible for, and you don't want to politicize something that shouldn't be politicized, because the Independence Day celebration, I don't think
I'll be in Minnesota next year. What?
I don't think it should be attributed to a particular success. It's not a success of a particular government. Yes, I agree with Tumulin that I thought that the program in Liberia, the independence celebration in Liberia, and the planners of that celebration, I thought was amazing. I even thought that moving forward, to save us any sort of embarrassment, I think we should be having major events at the pavilion, because it's a pretty sizable spot. You won't encounter any issues like we did during the inauguration. You can manage the guest count. I thought it was well planned. The leaders came out there. I thought the orator was very precise, and he was good. But I don't think this is some credit to Joseph Waka. And folks talking about we are celebrating because Joseph Waka is blessed. Give me a break. If that's the case, then Joseph Waka was not blessed last year because he was president last year as well. So when did his blessing come? Did his blessing just suddenly come and encourage Liberians to celebrate? I think Mr. Dix made a great point. Not only Liberia, but I think a lot of people are beginning to say, you know what? Not only are we a natural born citizen in this country, though our parents come from Liberia, but we are proud of our heritage. We're proud of where we're from. And a lot of these folks in Minnesota, they are key political figures when it comes to decision making in that place. You saw the speech given by one of the governor's assistant when she talked about when people wants to divide us. She was talking about the president. She gave a speech at the park. When people want to divide us, this is how we show them that we are united. And so people came up. I think people came out to express themselves, but beyond that, people came out to identify with Liberia. And I was surprised and I was amazed by how well all of the events, most of the events went. Even though our event got shut down over here by the police, that's a whole different conversation for a different day. But I think overall it was great. The last point I want to make, though, when you see what's happening with Liberians, it tells me that we are very powerful when we come together. The diaspora Liberian, we have the economic power, we have the professional power. We are very powerful when we unite. The stadium that Davido had his concert were 85% Liberian, to the point where when the local artists came out from Minnesota, we're not drinking drinks, we're drinking. Every single person in that stadium were re-echoing the song. It brings me to this. We have some of our biggest artists in town. Josino is also doing concert. CIC is doing concert. Christoph tooled down the SKD in Liberia. Why is it that we can't come together as one people, where we say Trenton this year, Minnesota this year, Atlanta this year? Well, we have big concert, we have conferences, we have things for the young people who don't care about all the noise and all the plenty talking business, right? We can make more money when we put this money and invest this money into our own Liberian people pocket. $75 per ticket is no joke for a Davido concert. So I like the fact that he appreciated the support. I like the fact that he brought local Liberian artists out. But if we can gravitate, if we can support an international artist, a Nigerian artist during our Independence Day, why is it that we can't bring a whole stadium and support a full-blown Liberian concert where that money is going to a Liberian artist and part of that money can go to a big project in Liberia? When we come together, we can do the impossible. And that's something we should really think about. How do we come together as one people? There are many after parties. Why you have all these 6, 7, 8 different after parties when we can rent a whole club and come together and really have fun and enjoy ourselves? Well, I thought it was phenomenal, but this have got nothing to do with Joseph Walker, not at all.
Quickly, Mr. Given, I just want to see something. Is just this the SIO to call Chris? I mean, it's a guy.
No, SIO is a different artist.
SIO performed.
This one SIO was there.
No, he performed at that concert as well.
SIO also performed.
SIO performed too, right?
Yeah.
So
Strapper in order. Now what that means, and that means stand for Strapper in order. SIO.
Yeah, SIO is a new artist. He performed.
It's a new artist. Yeah.
Listen, guys, Mr. Deeks, I just pulled up a photo with me and Jack Klein, April the 8th, 2004, when he was at the old German embassy. He says, Mr. Gimman, he says, the generation that you are thinking you are looking at, forget it. He said, your generation we have written off. He said Liberia's transformation depends on your children and their generation. So what CFA is saying here, this generation he's talking about, that our children's generation, they have no personal attachment per se. They are looking at business. They are looking at networking. They are looking at partnership. They are looking at helping each other out. The crowd mentality and all that, they are not part of it. Their worldview is totally different. So what if you have had the ULAs of the world, the Liberian community involved, this thing would have been a flop. But these young folks got together. And when they are networking, they don't want to network with Liberians. They network with Haitian, Caribbean, Black American. They all come together and they support each other. When you go to the Liberian community, how many people you see? Only Liberians.
Yep.
Because that is our scope. These young kids, my daughter, my twin girls at Florida State University, they are Seminoles. They call themselves Seminoles. When they go to event, they go to Africa. Yeah, they go to African. They do the African event, right? Liberians, the Ghanaian, the whole Africa get together.
Yep.
And when they show me what it did, the last when I saw it, I said, this is not how we used to organize it. We send invitation to Liberians. These kids, they send invitation to the entire Africa. The Nigerian delegation was huge. The Haitian delegation was huge. The Jamaican, the Caribbean generation was huge. And that's how they pulled it off.
Even in Colorado, they have a Miss African competition where the Liberian girl won the dance contest. So there were 4 different.
They are not just coming and saying, how many people in the Liberian community, let's invite, send me that. No. These people, that network is so huge, these young folks, that they tap in everything. Those people you saw, you know how much,
drinking today? You drinking?
you know how much it is. You know how much it is to bring DeVito.
Reconciliation is an ongoing process. And in an effort
You'll take it
build
down.
on what you have started.
I want to say, Timberly, I want to say something. My connection is so bad, so I was just
Susan,
want to say
I know your connection, but I've been waiting. I want to say something about the Yola because I think there are a couple of shots taken on Yola.
No, we taking shots.
Please don't bury Yola. Just leave it out.
I want to talk and leave because my connection.
Go ahead, Susan. Go ahead.
Mr. Namba, you just like giving me hard time. My connection is bad, so I just want to say this and leave. The reason why the July 26th was successful this year is not because of Joseph Boaka. It's because of the youth and TikTok. The generation, the Gen Zs these days, their mentality, the way they do things is just way different from the way you guys used to do things back in the days. All right?
Susan, I wanted to interrupt you. I know you're continuing quickly. I want to interrupt you to. I'm getting some. I'm hearing. I mean, it's unconfirmed. I hope you confirm this for us on this show that the whole 26 issue that's unfolding. The former president put a super hit out in the scenario of this thing. Is that true? That is we got a new news on the blog from President Weah, and so I want to find out from you. You are passionate supporter.
Please say so.
And
please.
And I just want to know if that is true. Do we have a new meet on the blog?
It's not true. Somebody took the president image and they created this AI stuff. So
it's like AI stuff. It's not President. We are coming over next.
I thought all along it's always been an AI doing it for the president.
No. I would like to be honest on this one. I'm one person, and I will say it loudly and boldly here. I'm one person.
So I come here before you continue. Walkie. Was that AI?
No, it was not an AI.
So the walkie son was not an AI.
No, it was not.
Because the reason why I'm saying this, because
I don't want to sound like Ben here. I'm quite honest. It was
yeah.
Not,
you just said because all along we knew that these are not AI, but you just saying this one is AI. So the new song we shouldn't take that serious as AI. That's what you're trying to tell us.
No. Somebody actually created that. It was not from the. It's not the president. It's not from him.
Okay, so we should take your word for it that this is
Take,
the
take,
AI, not from President Weir.
take my word for it. Very clear. Take it. Yes.
Okay, yes. Because somebody just sent me a
But
message was saying
that
they
one
say
was better than
there's
the
a
other
new
one. No, that
song.
was
He
a
said, "Why
joke.
you guys not talking about the new song the president gave
No,
for election
that
for the
new one
26th?"
at AI, they just that Unity Party were playing funny game, you know. They the one who take the president, you know, they
Let me
put
ask you,
hoodie on
Susan.
your head.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you
Hey,
here.
Sylvester, let
You,
him
Hey,
talk. Leave that thing
yes,
alone.
you will talk. I won't conclude now.
I don't know
Do
what the
you
Lady
person
said,
want.
you
Whether
know,
they
that's
give me
not
a
good.
hot.
She won't be
do
on
you
point of lead. He
support
keep
do you
asking
support
questions.
President Weir coming out with more music, or do you
I,
want him to
I
just
I
focus
don't
on the
support it.
politics?
That's what I was about to say here. I spoke against it. I don't think the president uh uh um let me be careful with my words here. I don't support the president singing.
Okay.
I spoke against that many times on my platform. It came a time, said one day I went on live and cried. Yes, at times
Why
if
you cry
that's
for?
what I cried because I didn't like some of the things that used to happen under his leadership, where we
Okay.
had cases that he was not, some of the things that were not addressed, and then we used to see music. So these were some of my concerns. But this particular music that is out at the moment is not from him. It's AI, that AI music.
Why if
So,
it is proving otherwise? Why if it is proving otherwise from him? What we do?
No, you have to believe me, Mr.
No, I'm
Nangbe.
asking. So why if it is otherwise
That's
proven
Sylvester P.
from
Wheel.
him?
That Mr. Nangwe.
Okay,
It's not. It's
okay, guys. Let Susan go ahead. Don't
You
lead
know,
her
you
all
down.
know,
right.
Susan, can you tell that fan card the president of writing in Nigeria is going to?
No, man, I want a
What?
guest car.
I guess, God, what you talking about, Mister? Mister?
You know the man also when I guess will have a game VIP card. So
No, Mr. Nangwe. It's not going to be otherwise. Speaking from Susie. You should know. Like what I'm saying here is, I don't know how to put it out there, but coming from an insider, I must say that
Incredible.
that music is not
Incredible.
from the president.
I got you, and I respect.
Also, also that thing they have to say that fake music. Eh?
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah,
just
say
told
you
you
there,
that
yeah,
AI. Then you say that fake
I,
music.
I was to a program, somebody telling me, I said, no, I was adapting. I said, because I said,
yeah. Right, yeah, man. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Do it, man.
I just want, But
Yeah, man. Let's move
anyways,
on.
let's go back to our
nah,
July
man.
26th
Nah,
So,
let's keep it
celebration.
about.
Susan,
We'll sue
Susan,
ARM.
somebody just asked that they want. Do you know the current whereabouts of the president, the former president?
Oh, but
But
who is
I
she
mean,
No,
that
on
she?
a platform, social platform.
Listen,
This, yeah.
the president's in Europe.
Okay, okay. Okay,
oh,
yeah.
they
Somebody just put in
said
the
the
chat.
song
They
is
want to know. Say,
real,
please
or the
ask
video is
where.
AR. Okay, they said the song is real,
Yeah,
or the video
the
is AR.
president's in Europe.
So if the song is real, the view is AI. So who sang that song? If the song is real,
But I think
No,
that song
it's
Listen,
was
just
listen, guys.
Raul, can you help us? Because you may have some information, Raul.
Listen.
no. I'm
So
not talking about the song. I'm not talking about. I don't
Listen.
talk about songs.
no, no,
Listen, guys.
it was not the
I've seen.
president. It's not the president's song. But let's go to the July 26th celebration. Let
Go
me
ahead,
just
man. Yes,
say
go
one or
ahead.
two things.
Go
The
ahead.
reason why I believe that this year July 26th was very successful is because yeah, as much as we're on social media, especially on Facebook and advocating and just most of the time advocating for what really we want for our country, we have the young folks also on TikTok. They're promoting Liberian music. If you go on TikTok, you see the amount of young Liberians, doing TikTok videos showing the Nima Mountain, just showing the beautiful side to Liberia. So these are the things that others, because the internet is very powerful. So and they're more engaged out there. So like I think somebody just said, right? I think it was my brother Robert, that the young folks, once it comes to invitation, they're not just going to leave it among themselves. They will go out there. Like my little sisters here, they're more closer to the Sudanese, the Ethiopians. I'm not like that. I let my Liberian people. So that is one of the reasons. I don't think Joseph Boaka is the reason why our July 26th celebration was successful. It's because the young folks are also out there selling the image of our country and the music. So I must say congratulations to every Liberians that went out there, portraying a better image for the Independence Day, which we all did. I contributed. I did my own video that is currently in 22,000 views. So when people just come here and just try to dumb everything down to, oh, that Joseph Boaka, and not Joseph Boaka tell me to wear my outfit to celebrate the July 26th. Nana Joseph Boaka told the Liberians that went out there to go out there to do what they did. It was not Joseph Boaka that organized the crystal event in Liberia. So they need to stop claiming everything once we try to come together as one. Yeah.
Another thing, quickly. There's this. I don't know who got a video. There's this very young Liberian little girl. I think now 10 years old. She did a kind of brief history about the independence of our country.
I mean, wait
But we need to find someone to play that video. That lady is super eloquent.
She also spoke at the independence event. She spoke about
We need to find that clip. Someone that we need to find a clip.
So the youth are really involved now, Mr. Nambede.
Hey guys,
the liability management. If you want to get a liability.
Now I understand why our candidate was telling me, or the way he said, the guy.
Who is their candidate?
Y'all seeing soon. The guy is telling me we're investing in.
I know him. That white guy.
No.
Do you want me to call your candidate name?
He said we invest in TikTok.
Our candidate was just in America recently.
Yes, I know your candidate. I know him. We're not calling name yet, but we know this. But TikTok is very important, though, guys.
We invest in TikTok.
I'm just disappointed that Susan is not saying it. I don't know why. What Sylvester just said. That our candidate was here, but go ahead, Chief. I know. Look, let me say the Chief just wanted to talk about the 20s because I saw he and that band and kept slaying the white, and you were looking really, really fabulous.
Thank you.
Look,
When you get to that place, that Miriam place, right? They put you in the VIPs. What the program having the
I think you're talking. I know where Raul because you were not there or what?
Prior to the program, right? They were all there. One look, they start. I call our man, Richmond King. Richmond sat down. One look, all the guys, D12, all the guys did, all the bloggers, all the people that be on social media, all the girls and guys, the influencer, all these people, they were all there. Our boy Robert over there, Robert Bangura, you were there. They were all there, man. All the guys were there. We were sitting there chilling.
Robert Bangura, that guy.
Is that the boy or the girl? Which one?
Jerome Staplin. Jerome Staplin.
Robert was in white skirts. He was in white skirts.
You know what the largest chair is what?
I know, that's what I'm asking.
Anyway.
Robert, my son.
They said Robert was in skirt and you say the guy. Well, how can you say that?
But that
well, maybe like your son or your daughter.
Robert, okay, Sylvester, don't get me situation. Let me say this.
Robert, man, what kind of KK you got there? So
Robert is my wife's hairdresser. He does real beautiful hair. And
Robert Gagwa, you do hair?
No, it's not Robert Gagwa.
Oh, not Robert. Okay.
Yeah, they're talking about not Robert.
Wait. So all the time I gave me thought of me dress.
Yeah, the kids said Robert. Damn, Robert switched so quick.
No. What?
Okay, look, I'm gonna change this topic here because I think Jerome Gilman needs this man. He needs. We gotta be fine. Look, I think it was someone who said, I think the children, the way they came out, I think they're protesting right now what is going on in this country and throughout the world. I think every opportunity they get to show Mr. Orange, that we can make life in spite of all of this you're doing. I want to believe this is what drove, they come here. I don't know, but whether it is because of President Bouaka, I don't know. But I'm going to lean on that side. Having said that, I think it was Siafa who said, Yola. I agree with him. I think we need to get out of the children way. We need to find a way to tap into what they are doing. And definitely we're taking notice. We do have a youth ambassador. He's very, very good with these kind of things. He's done them in West Africa. In fact, on the continent, Blama. I forgot Blama's. Anyway, he does that. they have connections with these agents, you know, and it takes them a long time to plan this thing. This thing we saw, this 26, I won't be surprised if they started working on it since last year and it just kind of materialized. But with all that said, I think this was a good 26. I think we should just enjoy what happened. Forget about whose presidency it happened under. I think everybody had a good time. I just wish I wasn't sick to get out myself and have a good time, because I think most of you guys had a good time. I think that's what matters.
So what do we do now after the 26? Now, what do we do? Look, because look, on a serious note, right? If we listen to the orator's speech, like somebody said earlier, he touched on every he divided food for everybody. Everybody had part of the food, the food, you know, give everybody some. But the thing is that right now we have some major issues facing the country right now. You got that transport ministry deed that's hanging right now. We'll be discussing it a week. You got that port reform bill. You got another thing again pending. And the HPX and the Metality fighting on right now. So look,
the how do you call it, zone lion thing?
The zone lion stuff. A lot of things happening. And what for instance, right? Like I know today. My brother Costa was on live today, but when I went to dig deeper into the issue about Absony, it is said that they give the people concession for 25 years for $40 million. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. But if that's the case,
Tommy,
never go ahead.
Let's forget about the concession. You know, when you look at the concession, all that thing, then you take away from the fundamental thing. The statutory responsibility to issue driver license and vehicle registration or license plates is with the Ministry of Transport. It's not with the police. The police sole responsibility is enforcement.
Okay.
And then the second fundamental thing is that in that country, you have 3 forms of identification. You got your passport, the national ID card, and your driver license. So you're telling us that a national form of identification would be also to somebody else to print it up. In this country, I can go to a service center, I fill up the form, they're just going to process the application. But the issuing of that specimen, that ID, is going to come from the state. Right, Jerome?
Yes.
Yeah, but I come in Tomlin, then guess what?
Yeah.
If I pay $50 to register pen, I'm probably going to pay $70 or $90 because we got a new concession to register the same pen. Does that make sense?
No, but who gave that concession? Who ratified it?
You see what we're talking about, the younger generation. Concession is not set in stone. Concession can be revoked right away. It can be revoked by the Senate. Senate, the president can sign it. It's out the door.
No, we consequence. No, it can't just be revoked.
I come in, Peru.
Sylvester, I think Sylvester is right. It can be modified. It doesn't mean it revoked.
I'm coming. You see, this archaic way of doing things. We just saw what the chairman did for 26. The notion that somebody signed a bad deal and obligate the country for 20 years, then we should just live with it. There are no case that they will look at you to say, show me what book is written in stone. It's not science. It's a scheme created by men. Scheme created by men can be changed. If we start to think that way, will not be robbed. Somebody give you a 20-year concession for $40 million. You say, "Oh, it's a concession. We'll just live with that."
Wow, that's unacceptable.
Just 30 seconds, okay? Before you come in, because you guys have experience in this, I disagree. What we also should consider, though, and I think a lot of the young professionals, including myself, will also consider, is that we've got to be responsible and we've got to honor legal bounding contracts. It is not the response. This is the reason why we let people to sit on negotiation tables to make the right decisions in the interest of our country and our people. God bless our heart. If we fail to do that, and these folks, these actors, these negotiators are making the worst decision, it's not an excuse as to why we should negate legal bounding contracts and say, you know what, just because we now realize it's not good for our country, so we should disregard that. You scare away potential customers, not customers, you scare away potential investors and people. These are your record. People are afraid. If we sign a contract and you said 10 years, what can we put in place to ensure that you're not going to turn around on this contract? It's not a professional move. So I will concur with you that we need to be very smart in how we sign this contract, the length of the contract, and to ensure that we're doing the right thing in the interest of our people. But if these contracts are already signed, I don't think a young professional like myself and others will say, you know what, let's do away with the contract and go back and redo it. No.
Robert,
Ask a question.
Robert, I got a 10-second comment. I come in, Jerome. I come in.
I don't ask a question.
I come in. Robert, the contract between you and I, between two parties, are different with a concession agreement between a country that are going to bind the country for 20 years. Even contract that we signed, there's exit clause in the contract. When we, guess what? Let me give you B Mountain. They passed Congress in Liberia in 2023. They said that they couldn't pass a budget because the new government coming, which was just a 1-year binding thing. But under the cover of darkness, they passed a 20-year concession for B Mountain. Does that make sense? So we should just sit there, our finger folded, and live with it for 20 years. Is that why you're going to tell the next year? I come here. Robert. We are celebrating $200, $300, $400 million from America. We're giving somebody $800 million a year on gold shipment, and we're getting peanuts. So is that why you're going to tell the future generation? Oh, since it was signed by your dad, you guys got to live poor for the next 30 years.
No, I agree with you.
Robert, 1 minute. Go ahead, George. My question is, if it's a concession agreement, okay? I thought in our agreement, certain time will come that you guys can I think 70 years, even at 20 years, you can revisit the agreement. But I've seen it with Mitaski, right? Even though they sign 20 year, even Firestone too. But certain time, I think every 3 years or every 5 years, the government can sit down to look at the agreement and see whether it's working or whether it can be amended. I thought that what can happen.
So what I'm saying is, Mr. Chairman, please, let me 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Robert, 1 minute.
Go ahead.
I graduated from real estate school, right? And this is the law that I'm going to read to you. It says here, there's something called vertible contract. Okay? The vertible contract is a legal agreement between two parties that can be rendered unenforceable for any number of legal reasons that may be failure by one party to disclose material fact, a mistake, misrepresentation, fraud, undue influence. These are reasons why any contract is considered voidable. So CFI is right. If a new government comes in and say you sign this contract under duress, on a fraud, undue influence, these are all factors, and it is internationally accepted that if you go into a country and you lie and you steal to take away this, somebody can void that contract. And in fact, it will grow confidence in the next person that's coming to understand that if you go in these people's country, you have to do things right. You have to be fair. If not, they will come after you. So
with that,
go ahead, Robert. Then people can come in.
So everything you just said, I'm not disagreeing with Mr. Dix. I'm not saying that we should continue on a slave mentality for a contract of 25, 40 years, even if it doesn't do us well. What I am saying is we should not even be having negotiators at the table signing 25 to 40 years contract to begin with. We don't need that. I'm also saying that we should not depend on investors to be fair. We should demand that they are fair based on our laws. What you allow happen to you will happen to you. If you allow people to disrespect you and you do nothing about that disrespect, they will disrespect you. So if we allow investors to come into the country and we let people who are our voices on these tables and making key decisions, and they are not ensuring that we are getting the best out of what we are offering, it's not on the investors, it's on us, which is the reason why I was very disappointed when the government started talking about a $5 billion deal. And then I later heard that we signed a $1.8 billion deal. We don't know the fine lines in these contracts. What I am saying is, let's negotiate smartly.
Let's negotiate and show that this is in the interest of our people, so that we don't have to deal with this.
What happens if your representatives are crooked? What happens when your representatives are crooked?
Yeah, but who you blaming? How would you blame them? Blame your representative. Blame your representative.
Mr. Pee-wee, go ahead. Pee-wee, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this reminds me of one of my negotiation class I sat in in 2017 here in the US. It's something that we have to be a little bit mindful of. And I listen to you, Mr. Game, and I respect that thought process of yours, that every contract should be avoidable. Granted, but not without saying though it comes with consequence. There are serious consequences in voiding certain contracts. You have to understand clearly. First of all, you have to understand the scope. You have to basically understand the nature of it, the timeline of it, and all of things, and see all those necessary aspects of the contracts. Now, for instance, if a country is going through a contract, I listen to my own dear brother Viggs. We involve in the national legislature here, and getting in, given you should know this, and the rest of the folks here understand it deeply. When the legislature is engaged in going through most of those contractual arrangements with our country, it does not only start and end or begin with the executive through the legislature back to the executive before we're done with it. So we needed to clearly understand building special kind of a relationship before going to this. It will have to come from there to the legislature, and we have two houses of our legislature. We have the Senate and we have the House of Representatives. They're both going to sign onto that. They will review first and foremost, understand the term of the condition of that, review it, sign it, forward it to the Liberian presidency. We're talking a country. This is not a horrid bus trassel thing. No. The president is going to sign it, and it's going to be printed into handbill by the Honorable Foreign Ministry, and then it's a law. And then they will have it engrossed first. After the engrossment, it's signed into law and all those things the president signed, and then it's a law, printed. You tell me that is done for this amount of year, then you just come and say, oh, I would have. No, it comes to, let's say if you were to do that, and then they say, okay, to void this contract, you give those that are coming in with whatsoever contract you sign with it, you will give them 100 million. Well, you have the 100 million to give to them.
No, but I
was told that I was told that this particular stuff, the president, Senator Momo Saros, he called it wicked and evil. He called that stuff, and they put a hold on it, and they're gonna, and right now they send it on it.
Yeah, our boss hitting that point. So we'll come back now to, and that's what I was saying. So in contract negotiation, you have something referred to as the intent of the contractor, or the intent of the contract giver. You have a law already in the country of the Ministry of Transportation. That ministry was established by a statutory law. And that power that was given to the ministry by that act of legislation says that the Ministry of Transport, it is the government institution clocked with the responsibility to issue driver license. And there shall be a secretary, then was secretary, but there shall be a minister that will preside over the activity of the ministry, and there will be a deputy minister for, I think, road, rail, and other things you have. To remove that statutory responsibility from the Ministry of Transport, you need to first and foremost amend the law that created the Ministry of Transport. Before coming, I don't even know the complexity here. It's a little convoluted matter, but we have to take some time to go through it very well. And I think those that are trying to play with the law themselves didn't comprehensively review this issue for attempting to abort whatsoever decision or responsibility that was given to the Ministry of Transport. Quickly, Jerome, here's what I'm saying. If you are to take that thing and give it to a private institution as a means of a contract, how did you first and foremost, now these were saying something about giving state, because these are serious state data. You cannot give it to a private institution. And I don't know, sometimes we're so poor in the country that we don't understand serious national security issues. Issuing up driver lessons these are people private information that should be managed by the state. They are removing that and giving the contract. And I one person before I stated quick, I will end here, that Liberia, we have to remove ourselves from the process, from the dodging of giving contract for. What the hell are you going to be giving contract first when you started this for 99 years? So they fire some contract 99 years. Then you go to the other full contract. I think it is about time that we push in that country that there should be a legislation that there should be no concession something for more than 10 years.
Dr. Peabody.
You know,
Dr. Peabody, real quick.
Yeah.
According to Global Witness, right?
Yeah.
66 of the 68 agreement that was signed on Boycott and Ellie were so badly written that that contract is what it says here, unenforceable, because once it is bad, it is not. It doesn't matter who signed it. It is bad. It is illegal. It is unenforceable. That means whatever it will promise you 100 million. We promise you 200 million illegally because you bribe people. You cannot enforce that contract on Liberia. They said that these are legal expert international lawyers that got together and say what you did to the Liberian people in the 68 agreement, it is unenforceable. Only
to the extent that the president signed. Yes. Everybody signed.
Yeah. But Jerome, to our point, we talk about Independence Day. There were two speeches given during the Independence Week. The one by Dr. Adesina from ADB.
Yes.
He said giving your natural resources out for free is a pathway to poverty.
Yeah.
Adding value added to your natural resources is a path to prosperity. I just paraphrasing. Let me give you an example. B Mountain flies their employees into Sierra Leone. Then they come to Cape Mount either by helicopter or they send a bus to the Cape Mount. They go to the mine. The helicopter takes the go to Longhi Airport for you to go to Turkey. So if B Mountain say you don't want to come to the table to renegotiate, I'm going to put a strong, robust monitoring regime on that entity, and I put 30% sales tax on every ounce of gold you sell. I will still get the money back for the country right away. Because at the end of the day, the president will feel the heat, the people poor. There was no public hearing when this thing was rectified in 2023 April. There was no public hearing. It was under the cover of darkness for 25 years. That's ground. Madam Sally brought ArcelorMittal back to the table when she took office. As President said, President Bokak can bring B Mountain back to the table. The Liberian government deserves minimum 30% stake in that entity. There's no way you can ship $800 million worth of gold out of the country and we get peanuts and we are begging other people for money. It's unacceptable.
Let me
say this quickly.
Victor, go ahead. Then Peabody, then we'll go back.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to say a lot. I am really with CFR on this one. In fact, the recent example he gave, the president interfered with B Mountain contract. He has the capacity to do that. I don't care how ironclad the agreement is, and I can tell you almost every agreement in this country was accompanied by some kind of bribe. You can use that and restructure the contract.
What's the evidence you have?
I'm sorry?
What's the evidence that it was something about bribe? So it's a difficult thing you find
no,
out.
let me explain that.
Global Witness. Global Witness.
Go to silver mining.
Global Witness lost some time, man.
Global Mining gave you checks that came in. $900,000 came. Where were deposited? Who were deposited for? How were distributed? They provided all the checks. So what else? It was based on Global Witnesses. It was based on Global Witnesses finding that the United States jumped in and gave sanction to Vani Sherman and his follower. Go ahead, Dr. Peabody.
Yes, they put past their own budget. They have no public hearing on it. It's just yes, no, yes, and the whole budget passed for the entire country. So what do you expect them to do about contract? Right? What do you expect them to do about major contract? The people only look at what they have in there. That's all they look at. They're not looking at the long term. They're not looking at how it will benefit Liberian or how it will create job for Liberian. They don't look at those things. The first thing they look at, right? What my share or how am I going to get my part of share out of this? It's all about
them. They're not looking at, oh yeah, this is going to create jobs. Oh, this will not create jobs for our people. Our people still suffer. This will not fix the hospital. It's not going to bring with nothing. They just want it passed so they can get the money, and y'all can do the heck y'all want to do. Y'all can discuss it. Everybody got the shit, and that's what we're looking at. And that's why you see everybody was fighting to control the budget, and that's why you had a long case to impeach the former speaker. And then they are moving on and controlling. They're bringing whole group from West Africa. So they're having Monterey Young Conference. Does it provide jobs for the people? Does it provide food for the table? You're spending over $100,000 bringing people in to have this meeting just to be the head of Monterey Young group that isn't doing a damn thing. So the problem here is our people don't care. So we'll always see these kind of rotten contracts because they don't do the due diligence. They don't care. They don't invite people to look at it to see how it benefits the country, how it's going to move the country forward. They don't. All they do is what is in it for Maine. That's all.
Wow. Tamale, let's look at the literacy of our nation, right? Let's look at the fact that maybe 48% of our population can read and write. Out of that 49%, maybe 30% can actually comprehend what they read and wrote. So when you go down to that, you're down to about 70% of the population can barely read or write and comprehend. We elect our people from this group, this pool. We are talking, some of these contracts, they are 100, 200, 300 pages long. Do you think these people have the wherewithal, the gravitas, the intellect to read 900 pages of papers and read the detail? They just sign. Upon that, any legal mind who is a president, like Traoré just did in Burkina Faso, and say, you know what, the contract is so skewed against us. We are throwing the whole thing out and let renegotiate. Fair enough. I think this is where we need to go. Your take.
Yeah, but you see, Mr. Augument, you just witnessed in America the big beautiful bill. Okay,
that's correct.
You saw you saw the process that what it took. Now, Republicans are now running away from the constituents. They want to have no town hall meeting because they'll be engaged. Now, you know what, the guy from Missouri, Jack Hawley, he said he voted for it, but he said no. He said that he's speaking against the thing he voted for. You see what's happening? Because next year, most of them on the ballot, they defend a lot of seats. In Liberia, the problem of our people, look, if we have the resources, where you take a group to go to the senatorial electoral district and educate the people about what the people are doing here, trust me, many people, they won't even go back to the county. When they on break, they will go somewhere, the people run out of the city. Because nobody there to educate the people about what the people are doing in Monrovia. People don't understand. Okay? Like we show the thing we do. Some people now are happy that we are about to start going to all the local stations. Most of them coming to carry our program live. It will help a lot. We help a lot. It will help. Where my Mary will be in up listening to the show, and after that they will be really in the vernacular. They will hear what the people are saying. What the people are saying to them, closing argument will tell the people. Get on here, it will change people's mind. People will understand. So if someone just go to that county, they'll say, oh, you have voted for all these things in our country that they still. Can you imagine? Nima County, Grand Bassa, Magibi, right? All the countries that are benefiting from Asala Natal. What can they show? What can they show that they're benefiting from? Someone are telling me, say, I think our people, someone are telling me, say, people are still living in where my son,
no containers.
Yeah, they're living in containers. And see how far you grow in Lanco. You want to tell me that when Lanco left there, the people are not improving on it? They've been there for how much, 20 some more years, and the people living in containers? You know, it's sad. But again, our people don't know what's happening in Monrovia, what happened in the country. The people they are just there. When lawmakers go there, they carry a few things for them. They make them happy, celebrate with them. But if they only knew the power that they have to change their own living situation, they will do more than that. It takes you and myself, all of us on the platform, educate the people. That will come on the platform. you should take it very serious, because people are listening to you, and suddenly they will ask their son or daughter, say, what are people saying on our closing argument show? And they tell them and say, oh, so Senator Robert Gagwa, when he came here, he lied to us all the time. So why he been lying to us? So he voted against our interest. And Robert Gagwa, you will not put your foot there. They will right on that place. So we just got to do our best. Educate people. All the concession agreement we sign in our country. You got B Mountain, you got Asylum Metal, you got Firestone, then you got other ones that penny. And the people are not benefiting from it. It's hurting the country. We stay poor. Not anybody getting anything from these deals. And I believe that Shefa said, I believe that concession agreement that was signed for 20, 30 years can be revisited. If the president takes power, if the president is serious, he can recover review of all concession agreements in the country. He said that all agreements should be reviewed. And where the agreements that is in the interest of Liberian people, you call the people back to the table. You can agree with it, then we'll do something about it.
Let me just say this real quickly, Jerome. You know, I'm not really a fan of Charles Taylor, but I gotta tell you, in recent past, he has been that president who has utilized the bully pulpit. I listened to one of the campaign speeches. He was in Buchanan. He was telling the people,
yeah,
when you elect me, nobody will run a business here and live different place. You live different place. If you don't have current, they will not have current.
That's
so
right.
I'm just saying this to say, you know, the B Martin we heard, you know, some of the, you know, how can you be running a company and you stratify, you know, the benefits? We have to look. I don't care what agreement that was signed. If the agreement is against the people, any president, I believe, has the capacity to go in and restructure it. It can be done, and it must be done for the benefit of our people. The president went to B Mountain. He expressed that there were benchmarks that were set by B Mountain, the things they were supposed to do, which they were not doing, which they have not done. He shut the place down. You know, so maybe, you know, Sylvester argument, I get it. Maybe there will be consequences, some fines, or whatever. If there's a fine, I'd rather pay the fine now and liberate my people for the years down the road than to be afraid to pay $2, $3, or $5 million, whatever it is, and tire our people for 25 years. It shouldn't happen. And everybody has been saying it. From the bank manager to the recent orator to everybody. Last year, Raptel just said the same thing. Same kind of things. So, you know, I will pass it on. But I really believe if an agreement is not in the interest of the people, I don't care what it is, it should be restructured, if not entirely revoked.
Yeah, but the people who should call for it to be restructured are the ones who are benefiting from it now. So they will not muster the courage to do it.
Guys,
goes back absolutely, Dr. Peabody. It goes back to the point that all of this boils down to the power to elect. And I will say this quickly, Mr. Gaiman. The power that we have, right, to elect our leaders is very, very important. And sometimes I feel like we overlook that, because by extension, decisions that they make will not only affect your life, but it affects the livelihood of Liberians for generations to come, if possible. There's no need for us to have 25, 40 years contract to begin with. Why? What is the need to do that? Why can't we limit that to 8 years and then do a review, a performance review? Look at that contract. Look at the promises, right? What are they doing? Have they carried out the expectation as outlined in the contract? And is it worth being re-signed? There should be no reason why we have these long, many years contracts signed for chicken change. So it boils down to the folks we elect. If we do not get our act together and start to elect the right minds, the people who have the technical know-how, the people who have some common sense, and some patriotic leaders who are not in it for themselves but for the country, if we don't do that, we will be back here talking about the same thing about rectifying contracts and doing away with contracts. We should not even be where we are right now if we had the right people making the right decisions when it comes to these contracts and what is in it for the Liberian people. And like other people said, if it's in their interest, why would they even bring that conversation to the table? Why? It doesn't benefit them.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week We will have Sereno Cephas. This is the text he sent me. He wants to discuss the economy, the law. He says here, vis-a-vis wealth creation, economic empowerment, the B Mountain contract versus Metal Steel, and the first policy objective. This is what he wants to talk about.
The former president of European Bar?
Eh?
The former president of European Bar.
Yes.
So Ramana.
He says here 5 p.m. tomorrow. So I texted him back. I hope it's not 5 p.m. Liberian time. We are talking about 5 p.m. GMT. I mean Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully he will make the rectification. Tell her what it means because he said 5 p.m. So hopefully he doesn't mean 5 p.m. Liberian time with the GMT. We are talking about 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And also the young man, something that I call the Hijab Gate, he wrote a great piece on when religion overpowers the Constitution and law enforcement. And he wrote an excellent piece. He would be our guest to also talk. So depending on what goes on tomorrow, we should have great guests. We also had a conversation with the general, Mary Broad. If she gets back to me with a date and time, she will be coming here because her name was mentioned several times by Miss Kamara, and we need to give her a chance to come and defend us.
The national orator, he coming too?
Yeah, Reverend John, he will come. In fact, he had said when we spoke last week Thursday that he needed the closing argument to really help him on that program he's planning in Washington D.C. that the government had asked him. He told me that, so he will come. He's busy. He traveled a lot for that Lakere convention stuff, but he has shown me that he's going to come. He's my very, very good friend, mentor, big brother. You know what? I got ordained a couple of years ago into ministry. He was the guest speaker at the occasion, so he's my good friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are
let me just quickly say this.
I know you can break a New York story.
1 minute, guys. If you are in the New York area, we are praying for you. What I'm seeing here.
So they got dead. The government.
Yeah, they neutralized him already.
Yeah, they neutralized him, but it is just unfortunate that this will happen. But before I go to that, let me send.
Unfortunately, a police officer got killed. That's all.
Yeah, let me send kudos to the African giants, the Nigerian women. They won the African Cup of Nations. They defeated Morocco 2-1 in the women's internationally televised game. It was a great game. They came from behind 2-0 and won the game 3-2.
Yes.
The Nigerian girls are no joke.
And the English girls who won.
I also want to say hi to the English.
Have they already neutralized the shooter in New York?
Yes.
Yeah, he killed himself.
Yes.
Oh, he killed himself?
Yeah, he killed himself.
That's what we heard. That's what I'm showing here on the screen.
Yeah, they got it. No, that one left, man. What? Left is pressure.
Yeah. So the English girl beat Spain in the 5-5 penalty. Spain penalty kicker were terrible. But so the English women, they repeated back-to-back championship. They are the defending champions. They won back-to-back. And Nigeria, the women, this is their 10th. Their 10th African Cup of Nations win.
The death toll, that's going up.
So yeah, I see here.
In New York?
Yeah. So the police officer that was off duty went to work, and I engaged him. The police officer is dead.
Oh.
Yeah, and he killed himself. So it's two, and saying I think 2 other persons also.
I'm looking at the guy. They're showing his picture with a gun.
The man moving over, yeah, with
what happened again?
AR style weapon.
Yeah, AR-15.
What happening? Where is this happening?
Well, who's the other person?
Five dead.
New York in downtown Manhattan.
5 dead, including the gunman. So 4 persons.
Usually the initial number is smaller, but
and they came all the way to Vegas.
Yes.
So this is a domestic terrorist attempt or what?
Of course.
They are not saying yet. Maybe the investigation.
But I mean, this is terror. I don't care how you look at it. That's what it is. I mean, he looks like a regular guy. But
Man, people just live their life.
It's a white guy.
Yeah, obviously. Well,
he look white. He look white.
I shouldn't say that, but yeah,
he looks Middle Eastern.
You see that in the middle of the gun here?
I mean, yeah.
Not obviously.
Man,
well,
five days,
right?
including the gunman.
So who do we get to come talk about the transport strike, the contract? Who do we get?
Yeah, okay, Tomalin, like
Yeah.
I told you, we don't need nobody to come oppose it. The people that defend it, let them come and we'll ask them questions. And
so bring Costa.
So let them have the opportunity to convince the Liberian people why would you have this? That's as simple as that. We're not going to bring for and against.
You know the president.
If you believe in something, come and defend it. And the sad part is the police director is hiding behind. He hid behind the curtain. Let him come on the show and go defend it.
Yeah,
come on the show and ask these basic questions.
But where is the transport?
All of them got a share in it.
Yeah, the police director's signature is on the. Can you imagine the police?
Where is Shalif Tyler in all this?
But listen, guys,
he needs to come up too.
This is a great news here. If it's true, I don't no reason to not believe. They said Abuja sent this. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu rewarded the victorious Super Falcon team, female team, with national honor, a 3-bedroom apartment each, a naira equivalent to $100,000.
100,000, yep.
$100,000.
That not being a Nigerian can do that for come on. They got money.
The technical crew get 50K each, but it's just the fact that
President don't did it before.
Yeah, but
meanwhile, our girls the government cannot even find $100,000 to give to our girls to participate in a simple West Egg tournament in
your sport budget $100,000.
Well, you see,
I'm just saying,
the problem is,
but the government said it spent 1.2 million on Lone Star last year.
We don't know how to delineate the lines.
In Abuja. So I come in
$100,000.
$100,000 is aside from the apartment.
Yes.
So it's different for the apartment.
So
100K.
Peabody Robert.
Those apartments in Abuja or Lagos,
So
expensive.
Sorry, not just anywhere, in one of the best parts of the
Ikeja Estate.
So Peabody Robert, so you're the mistake we're making Liberia.
Yeah,
the national team is not the property of the government. The national team is the property of the Liberian Football Association.
Yeah.
Of the Liberian people, period.
No. I come in. Period. I come in.
Who's the chief
Robert. Let me lay the premise.
Go ahead.
The national team plays on a FIFA sanctions events.
Yeah.
FIFA doesn't work with government. FIFA work with the football authority in the country. And so this FA, the government will give you some money, but you have to be able to source at least 70% of your own money. That's how FA works. That's how they seek sponsorship. Our downside is that we always operate on patronage, and we do not have a vibrant economy to get good sponsorship for our national team. For the national team, when you participate in FIFA team, they only bring the president there just because of respect. But in terms of governance, it's under the jurisdiction of FIFA, and in your country, it's the LFA.
No, the only reason why they did that, they did that basically so that FIFA wouldn't do that, for government wouldn't be interfering too much into the sport.
Exactly.
Yes, that's the reason why they did that. But the national team is 100% owned by the people and government of Liberia and any other country. But the reason why they brought out debate, there was something up one FIFA representation spoke on it. They did that for not interfering in football, but it's owned by the government.
Yeah.
It's fully owned, and that's how the government fund all of the activity. The government pay the coach, the government pay buy tickets for the team to travel.
In what country? In what country government pay the coach?
Liberia.
Let me add to that.
In what country?
Let me add to that.
In what country?
In
every country?
In Nigeria, the government pay for the coach.
Nigeria, FA pay the coach.
No. The government pay, but the FA negotiate for the country.
That's the mistake you're making.
Nigeria, FA
But listen, the government pay the money. The FA not do this.
The FA sent a budget. The FA sent a budget to the government. Like Sylvester said, the reason why the LFA runs football and the national team is because they do not want politics and government to interfere. That's the reason why. However, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, in collaboration with the LFA, the Ministry of Youth and Sport is the government representation direct link with the LFA. So when the LFA determines, the committee determines we need a national coach, the LFA does not have the budgetary allotment to hire a national coach for the team. The chief patron of sports, who is the president, and the people of Liberia is responsible for that. So the LFA or the sports association in this country will send a budget to the government through the Minister of Sports. The Minister of Sports in this country. Who do you think hire in this country? The United States and every other country. Who do you think hire
the national team in the United States?
The United States national
team. No, who runs the U.S. team? Is U.S. Soccer. U.S. Soccer runs the U.S. national team.
What I'm trying to explain to you is every country is ran by the sport LFA, but however, the government put the money behind it. The reason why you have the U.S. Soccer Association is because, again, they do not want the government and politics mixed with sports. But the government provides the budget for the USA Association to pay for the coach and the national team.
Robert, in Liberia, we are a poor country, so we depend on government. In the United States of America, just the sponsorship. I can bet you $100. I come in, Robert. The sponsorship in rich country are enough. They don't need a penny from government. They just bring the government there because they're holding the national flag. But these people are rich economy. They get enough sponsorship. They get Volkswagen. They get Nike. The sponsorship deal is enough to pay the coaches. The U.S. national team is run by U.S. Soccer. U.S. Soccer owns the U.S. national team.
Government still invests. This is not unique to Nigeria. The Ghanaian government does the same thing.
Show me why in the budget. Show me why in the U.S. budget that they got a allotment for the national team.
The government said last year, for instance, the reason why LFA budget is so low, and we talk about it, is because they are responsible for the national team. They indicated that they spent $1.4 million last year.
So everything run by government.
But Nigeria does the same thing. Ghana does the same thing.
In rich African country, the national team government just can't get easy at the table, but the funding is sponsorship. They got, well, for our own, we depend on government. We barely got sponsorship. So, but to think that the government doesn't drive the national team in rich country, the sponsorship. Like I'm giving you an example in the English Premier League. The English Premier League is a separate league from the FA. They raise their own money, but they still have the FA. The FA is the one that controls the England national team.
Yeah, but no FA controls the financial structure of the team. They put the rules and all that.
I'm talking about. I said control the league. Control the league.
Listen, guys. Listen. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to go.
Yeah,
we have spent enough time, gentlemen. Thank you very much, and our sisters. I guess Sarah Dopo, she did a lot of contribution online. And our sister from down under, she was here. She did the best she could. She had just woken up, and she still got hangover from the July 26th celebration. Mr. Temple George, it looks like we're gonna have a very good week if we have everything going our way. The TCA is doing very well under your administration. Where is that? Where the doctor? Where the doctor went at?
Yeah, the doctor in the background. But let me say this though. We'll bring this guy. We'll have this guy on the show. Perhaps this week. He works with the police on Juan Cooper, right?
He was here before, right? He was here before, right?
You talk more about this thing at the transport ministry. I'm hoping the IG himself will come because he been linked to it too. Hopefully, we'll get to
the IG. You won't be policeman. You won't be businessman.
You have no evidence, no proof, so don't say that thing.
Yeah. But his signature is on the replica.
When Mr. Cooper came, he will.
I don't think he will speak on that.
Well, but we got to get him here because right now they send it now. Okay, Senator Nukwe now. I think I sent it the bill to you guys. Now, after you got perused the bill, he want to he trying, but he will come. If he doesn't come, then we'll go after the bill because he had come this bill. He the sponsor of the bill. Okay, so they don't say he the sponsor of the bill, and then but they say we shouldn't. They say we shouldn't talk about president veto. I said I support the president veto in that bill. It's not in the interest of the Liberian people. Some people said no, I shouldn't say that. But
which bill are you talking about now?
The port reform bill.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the transport thing.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll have we'll get nuclear to can talk about. I don't know, you know, me tell you something. And I was telling people, somebody, I said, look, I'm now a fan of Trump, but why I've got no number Trump? The guy is in my lifetime I've seen the president who can talk to the media every day. This morning, the guy had a press conference in Scotland with the British Prime Minister. He for more than an hour. And so, and then Trump's a hell of a guy. One lady asked me a question. He said, where you from? He said, yeah, so he asked a nice question for us. See why? But when they asked him question about the Epstein trial, he said, I don't know the guy. If I had to drive him from my place, I drove him from that place. He said, Bill Clinton went to that place 28 times. He went to look, the guy, look, yeah. If I was a real politician, and honestly, I know you're bear me. Do you think that if you're a politician, if you face the media, I know what was discussed on the weekend, Ben Acosta said, he said, no, Tony, don't say the press, you might be in for the media every day. It has its own shortcoming because it either hurt you or it can benefit you. But I believe it can benefit me. Even the press every day, engage the press, your message will resonate with the people. You get what you want to say out there, but you hide on our people can have in the press.
Yeah, but Robert, before you go, listen. If you listen to the press release, I mean the president and the prime minister, all that. When we're talking about making America great again, right? America first. This guy went over there and came back with an agreement that gave the United States 15%. Everybody agreed. Just imagine from 2% to 15% tariff.
I give him credit. He did well.
It's coming back to the United States. I mean, we are talking about a man who is actually out there doing two things. He's doing business and he's doing for the United States. Why is it that in Liberia, our people do not put Liberia first to say, you know what, we want the best we can get for the country? Like for a senator to say, I don't know how our stake in Metascue went from 30% to 15%. How is this possible for a senator to ask this kind of question? Why? How is that possible? We were just talking about contract. How does Liberia's interest in Metascue go from 30% to 15%? Maybe before we leave that, maybe Pee-wee can help out. How is this possible, Pee-wee?
Let me try before I go. I gotta go real quick. It's about, I think, Donald Trump, and I think Mr. Namu mentioned that. I'm also not a big fan of this guy, but I think it was just the wrong time, wrong moment, and the fact that he didn't have the relationship any Liberian government needs to have with Washington, D.C. But Charles Taylor, even though he was a thug, he was a guy who I believe folks, they knew he meant what he said, and he said what he meant. Right? Trump, he might be on hench, but Trump means what he says and says what he means. This is the only U.S. president that will use words like F. I've seen the guy, and this is not things that we should embrace because small kids are watching. The president.
Sorry. You think he and Putin will fall apart? I know today he will again put in ultimatum today, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Because here's the thing, you know why they're going to fall apart? Because Putin is also a thug, and he's the kind of thug who just don't give a damn. He would not succumb to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a diplomat, right? So I think that we don't need a revolution there. We don't need a revolution with militancy and all that stuff like that. I don't think we need a thug either. But we need a leader who means what he says and who says what he or she means. We need a leader who, when they are negotiating. Look, you can't say you have a company in Grand Bassa, but the company is living the most luxurious life in Grand Bassa. Why? Its environment and the people who that company is supposed to be supporting or benefiting from, they're living in abject poverty. You can't be having electricity and the people who live in the area don't have electricity. It will take the government to invest and ensure all of these things are correct. If we don't have that leader, not just at the executive mansion, but even at the legislature, if we don't have that leader, we'll continue to suffer. It's about leadership. It's not about prayer. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I'm a Christian. But I also know if I stay in my house all day and just pray, and ask God to do these things for me without going out there and working and applying what God has already given me, that my five senses, nothing will materialize, Sylvester. Nothing is going to actualize. You can't just pray, and you keep doing the wrong thing and you expect God to work miracles. It doesn't work that way. So we need the right kind of leader. We need a leader who is responsible, but he or she, they're serious when they speak, and their action matches what they say. We don't have that kind of leader, man. We don't have that kind of leader.
Can I ask you quickly? Can you name me three leaders? You can identify three leaders. Like I feel like that. I feel that characteristic.
Right now, be honest with you. Right now, I would take the risk. I would need two people that I would take the risk with, and of course, there are other people that are out there we haven't tried yet. If CDC and Unity Party are not the alternative, if we're serious about change, you know what I would do? I would seriously consider Alex Cummings. That's one person I would consider. You know who else I would consider? I would seriously start looking at. We talk about generational changes. Dr. Clement Monoba was just in Charlotte. He was the guest speaker at the Liberian Association event out there, right? We idolize the president of Senegal, right? We have many young people, even more qualified than the president of Senegal in Liberia. But there are many other qualified.
Robert, does Amara come across to you?
Amara Kone? Amara Kone will be definitely Amara Kone. Matter of fact, even Musa Bility. You may not like the guy. He's been in that for a long time. But one of the things I like about Musa Bility is the fact that he's actually showing opposite of what people thought he was. He's shown that in action, in his leadership. He's shown that. My only fear is, are we in the position now to elect people based on their qualification and not their religion or affiliation? Because I'm in that position. Are we in a position to say we have to look past the fact that Amar Conan is a Muslim man? Musa Bility, I don't care about that. I care about their patriotism to the country. I care about their qualification to the country. I care about what they bring to the table and how they can move our country forward. Are we in its entire country in the space to say, you know what? We don't care about whether or not they're Muslim. We don't care about the religion. We don't care about all that. We care about what they can deliver. But these are people that I believe, if given the opportunity, they can move mountains.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly, if I may.
Go ahead. We gotta go.
I know Sylvester will come in, so the Putin thing, maybe you will speak to it. But let me tell you, Tomlin, the Putin, his foreign sector, I think it's foreign, one of the spokesperson, they have factored in Trump with Ukraine. They believe no matter how they angle him, he will not give any more support than Biden. He will never give any support equal to Biden. And they believe that is a win for them. So they don't care. He can get there with them, whatever he can, but they know he will not give them any support more than or equal to what Biden is. So the factor in. Coming back to what Robert is saying, you understand me? And this is probably to Jerome and I. The way we politic, and we started this again with the 26th celebration, there's a lot of lessons to be taken out of this. The way the young people and the population of Liberia right now, I think 70% of the population is young people. The way they make that decision is not the way you and I made our decision yesterday. You and I believe, oh, you got to be red-blooded Liberian, you got to come from Middle Monrovia, whatever. If they decide they like your brand of politics, I believe they will vote for you. I keep hearing you talking about the third lane. Why are you talking about it? We're moving on. But yes, I think we need to wake up. We started this discussion today. You said it, Tommy, that we all need to get involved. In this fight to make the life of our people better, there's no neutral way. You're either with or against. You can't, there's no way you can sit on the fence.
Yeah, but
so we
Victor,
all need to get involved, get our hands dirty. Yeah.
Victor, George told you, me and you, we are the third lane. The man said he's the third lane too. So why you want from him?
Okay. I leave it there.
Ain't you talking about the third lane too?
Look, let me say this, right?
No. Answer the question. Are you
I'm You know, Pew said something just now. Look.
You see, the matter politician, he won't answer yes or
no. This election will break the ceiling. That's issue to talk about. Whether you Muslim or you this and that, you can't be president, or you woman can be president again. It's a joke. It's a joke.
We don't care about that. It's a joke.
Ceiling. Because it's not helping the country. So one of the smartest people that is on the people that they're rejecting. Okay, even if you see your man, maybe you see your man, and with that law that says that you can't own property in Liberia because you now natural born, we'll change it. In fact, I can tell you guys right now, take it. By next year or so, President Boga will put a referendum up for constitutional amendment. It coming.
If he does that,
I can see it.
It would be. I mean, a seismic shake up.
It will happen.
And I won't tell you, but if he does that, someone else will have to send him a gift, physical gift. I will deliver my gift to him.
It will happen. Trust me, it will happen.
Good.
It will happen because we cannot continue to live in the country where you born your children, then they tell the person your person not naturally born, so they can own land or property in the country. That's wrong. Huh?
But
you own land.
Okay, let me wrap up, Jerome, so I can.
Yes, guys.
All right, guys.
Yeah, so, hey, Robert, have a good one, man.
You too, man.
So, I mean, nice show. It was heated when we got to the concession because I take that dear to my heart. You know, the country is being ripped off, and we go begging. We have press conference for EU gave us $60 million out of over 3 years. We have a press conference and we say the government is getting better, the country is getting better. You know, this B Mountain concession deal was signed September 2023. There were only, I got the article, there were only 39 members of the House of Representatives that were present at that they were voting, out of 73. 39 members out of 73 were present.
Wow.
So and the 37 voted for, 2 voted against. That's 25-year obligation. And guess who was the chair of that? And guess who was spearheading it in the House of Representatives? Clarence Massaquoi that just been rewarded as chairman of LTA today. So now he's gone to another state asset that he capable of giving it out. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense.
Let me throw this in because I wanted to talk about it. I didn't get a chance. That B Mountain, it was signed in 2021 for 25 years. It was renewed in 2023.
Yeah,
just 2 years afterwards.
Also, Julie Bryan signed it?
No. So what happened was that during the Taylor years, there was a exploration lesson given to a group called Mano River Resources. They did exploration in that area there when they started work. It went to Areas Mining. Then when Areas Mining, then B Mountain bought it. So B Mountain operated one in Cocoa. So these are the things we're looking at. You know, and we talk about this younger generation. You know, that old ancient way that certain things can be done. And the reason why you tell me it can't be done, there's no reason why it just can't be done. The kids don't buy it. You know, I'm not going to give you my house and you just party in my house and I'm sleeping outside on the deck every night. And I say, oh, yeah, because my dad said you can sleep here. But even though my dad is not here anymore, so you can sleep there for the next 10 years, I'll be sleeping outside. Nobody's going to buy that. These people need to be brought back to the table. This deal need to be renegotiated for the country to benefit. We're looking at $200 million at least a year that can come into development from our own pocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
What would be Mountain? What?
Oh, he said.
I was saying, and then the guy who sent me the paperwork, I believe sent it to you too. He said it was signed during the weird time 2021. By 2023, they re-upped it again for 25 years. And he believed this was for election purposes. I mean, we can look it up, but check your inbox.
Okay, thank you. Wow. Okay, Victor.
No, I will give it to Sylvester. I think I'm okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay,
great show tonight.
You're closing. The man on the phone.
He talking about Canada.
Oh, he talking to I mean, you're hello, man.
Well, anyway. Victor, are you finished closing?
I done.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Chief, let's close. It's 9:15 now.
Yeah, no. Look, guys. Look, again, we made fun a lot about. I'll tell you the truth though. It's worrisome. Depending on whether you want to retire in America, you're retiring in Liberia. I don't know. I know some Liberians are not buying houses in the Bahamas. Now where they're going to retire. Some people buying homes in different parts of the world. Yeah, in the Barbados, want to retire there because of what happened in our country. But our country is naturally rich. We are a blessed country. I listened to the World Bank president, the African Development Bank president. He lectured. Look, that guy lectured. He gave a good lecture. And at one point in time, when he said something, initially they were clapping for him, right? He said something, and they all stopped clapping for the guy. Okay, because he was hitting them the mean spot. Okay, and again, the national orator. I mean, he delivered a good speech last year. That young lady. And then the mayor to she hit the high, the office of her.
Yeah.
But yet and still, that's what we need. Somebody to provoke our conscience. Because look, it's sickening that like today. Let me give an example here. Today, my sister took my mom to the eye doctor, and she was showing me on video. I said, "Oh, you know, when you go to the eye doctor in America, right? You put your hand, your cheek on that thing and look in the thing." So I said, "Oh, the guy went like bro, or two." You know, I was
I ain't saying nothing for was.
Let me friend. I was shocked, right? But she said, Big Tom, we having the thing is that if you go JFK, you get a scene service there. But the problem there, they will take the line is long.
Yeah.
So you come into a private clinic here, how come woman can go in and out faster? But my question is, how many of my friends, my brothers, my other fellow librarians can send their parent or their brother or sister to a private clinic like bro to get that kind of a treatment? A problem. And then
it's
to move on to
it's expensive.
Expensive. Then the thing is that too, most of the time our people just they don't know that it's sick. They don't do physical. So as a result, they can't. I mean, when it gets this, oh my side to me, then they go to the hospital. Then they find out, oh, you got it one. They say, oh no, that place that day. Why they wish you there? And most of them are lie. They told us everything that in library that the sugar problem, the blood pressure, and all this stuff. Then, and I mean, we are just blessed to be on this side, and you can help your family and friends back home. You're 26. There are people who I didn't know by. I had to help them. People who just because we're talking on the show here, right? They say, "Oh, you're getting money for the people there. How about us too?" So all the journalists then who I know, okay, they say, but again, we have to come to reach out to them too. We have to break the bread with them. So we are going through a lot, Mr. Gaiman, Mr. Nagwe of Siafa and people. The country is going through a lot. Some people enjoying, some people not enjoying. Some people benefiting, some people not benefiting. But tomorrow, election is held. People will vote against their own interests. We have a responsibility to educate the people about the voting. If we don't do it, we end up with the same results every time we go to election.
Pee-wee, you got a last word today.
Yeah, thank you. I think so. We just have to push this. I can remember the first time I did an art test in Liberia was I think it was the only time I did it, to be very honest. Was the time? No, I did it for the second time, but the first time ever was when I was getting prepared to enter the University of Liberia. We were going through the, I had to go to.
Somebody please flag that the last from Fode Camus. Please flag that one. It's so funny.
The national orator lied about JMB respecting the rule of law in Liberia. Right after his Liberia faith giving him rule of law. You know, man.
Yeah. He said JB. He thanked JB for respecting the law, and then right after the speech, the MCC scorecard came out. They said we failed the rule.
Overdue?
Yeah.
We failed?
Yeah, they had the rule of law. Yes.
But it was expected to fail the rule of law. You saw the whole saga from last year, October, about the former speaker and the rest of that. So it was expected, and I agree with before even Kemon said this. I said it from the beginning of the show. I said that's the only portion I disagree with the.
That's correct. That's correct.
With the oration. I said I disagree with him from the aspect of he agreed with the president that the president did big part in school in the rule of law, and I thought this president did not only blatantly or intentionally, the rule of law. He facilitated, he aided and abetted those kind of. So I knew that there would have been some problem, and I would not be surprised also if the State Department Human Rights report is out, also condemning the government of not adhering to those tendency of promoting democratic tendency and the rule of law. But it is just greatly important.
If we finish, what do you make of President Trump wrote a personal letter of congratulations on 26? You saw it, right?
Yeah, it's not new.
Is that personal for the president to the other president?
Yeah, it's not new. I want to unify, but nobody should run with this in here.
No, but my UP friends say the General Trump wrote him, even call him, told him, and talk to him all.
So it's part of in diplomacy. In diplomacy, it's that we use the language reciprocity, right?
So if you upset, on people lecture all more about the diplomacy, so if upset to go, you can leave. People.
Yeah. Give me just give.
2 more minutes.
Yeah. So in diplomacy,
Pee-wee, listen to this now. So you and Trump were in this government, you were enjoying all the money here. I didn't know that. And we're sitting here, we sharing y'all getting paid. Joma Jala, there you go.
Joma Jala said,
I challenge you. You show me, my name on anything. I was resign on talk show.
They got my little girl.
I told you, you're getting got $200 back to him because you're not.
Yeah, I told you last. I said $200. Joma come give you. Stop putting more out. He said when Brother Tumali and Brother Pee was yeah, I thought he should have said well, okay, also. But in the past government, supplementary payroll, they were not advocates. 7 years later, they have gained sanity to see everything that are wrong in our country.
But there's a friend of ours. There's a friend of ours, right? He's in the government right now, right? In the government, but I'm giving him an ultimatum. I just got information that he is getting paid by 4 institutions as I call it, what you working news consultant.
Okay.
Who gave it? I mean, who Juma?
Don't call it anymore.
Oh, okay. So let me tell.
What I think education ministry. Also, I think LPRC. I think 3. Yeah, he getting paid.
How you talking about? You talking about Alpha Tukao?
No, Alpha.
Okay, it gotta be co-star there.
My dear brother, we will not on no supplementary payroll. We never be on any supplementary payroll. I understand, and I know I like. And they got good to be a propaganda though. He is
a propaganda. He good. The guy, right? Jumanjala. He don't go on no platform by what platform.
Yeah, he good to be.
He's here.
But we haven't found means to pay back his debt.
You people come on the platform. We invite the guy. He don't come.
But you need to tell him.
We gotta reimburse it, right?
Those say we'll pay that money back. We'll pay Jumanjala money back.
We'll pay money with interest.
We'll give our interest. Let him have it back.
But quickly, yeah, so. It is, and that's why you see normally, and that's one of the role I play with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will convey most of those communication coming and going out, right? So when the United States is celebrating of July 4th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will put on a publication that will be official in the Gazette, will be read, and that proclamation will come out on behalf of the President of Liberia, conveying Liberia's sentiment on behalf of the President. In that letter, it will say on behalf of me, the President, and the Liberian people who convey sentiments to the United States. It will go to every country we have diplomatic relationship with. Every country. And that's why the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will have the timetable of all of the protocol office got the timeline of all of the country we have relationship with, right? We have it. So 2 to 3 days to the celebration, there will be that release that will come and will be a release. It will be read on all the newspapers, all the radio stations, and that, for instance, if it is an African country, that proclamation that would generate it will come from the Bureau of of Afro-Asian Affairs. Afro-Asian Affairs will generate that, take it to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, will review it, Minister will sign it for do something and print it up, and then we, the Public Affairs, will now write the release and publish it. And the President of Liberia have congratulated the President of the United States and the people of America on the observance of the 200 and this.
So all I read the President nobody.
Yeah, often now. So yes, the President really don't know about it, but it's tradition that we do it on behalf of the President. Now, so but here's what will happen. That release we're doing on the Foreign Ministry through the Office of the Assistant Minister of Public Affairs will do the release. But there's an official diplomatic note that will be signed, that will sent over from the Foreign Ministry to the State Department, that will be conveyed now to the President of the United States of America. So the letter that was written from President Trump to President Boakai expressing sentiments of the 178th celebration of our country is something that they're replying to. We did it first, so we'll always do it. So Nigeria will come. All the countries we have relationship with, almost 100 and how many countries? We have countries, and all those countries. Now, some of them may not have active mission in our country. Some of them have missions in other countries with concurrent responsibility to Liberia. For instance, most of the country we have the embassy in Accra. Those ambassadors in Accra will have sat in Liberia, so they will visit sometime in but most countries that have it there, then will transmit the diplomatic note through those embassies, then they will send it out. So it's a
so the president that came for 26, our ambassador there accompanied there?
No, the ambassador will have to come down because the president, it's tradition. So our ambassador,
I saw my man Esila, he from Senegal.
Yes, when that person, the president, that's what he representing. So you represent that person comes to visit your president. Yeah, it's a tradition. You have to come down. And the ambassador will not come down after you sick or you took excuse on the president, but you have to come down. So the ambassador that is the Saudi president coming, that ambassador will have to come down. This part of it.
So our ambassador in Washington, he still get his work permit.
I don't know if you but I said to you, the guy, doctor, and listen, I'm a professor there, so you got to be mindful. Our former president there. But I'm told that he presented the credentials somehow, but not officially to President Trump.
Not to Trump.
Yeah, not to Trump. Actually, yeah, he did it.
But so he's not ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary yet.
No, he is. It was done. I don't think the ceremony aspect, ceremoniously, that didn't happen in terms of where he will actively present the credentials to the president. So when you enter the country, as per the best practice, you're informed. Immediately after his confirmation, they wrote the embassy near Monrovia. So the embassy will prepare his travel dossier and all of things. Will give the visa to him and his family. And then the foreign ministry will prepare the moving costs. For ambassador, the moving cost will be around maybe, for ordinary diplomatic staff, will be $5,000. Probably ambassador will be more than $500.
What do you guys say? You accredited near Monrovia. Why do you say Monrovia? What is it near Monrovia?
Near Monrovia. Yeah, it's a diplomatic language. Near Monrovia is because that is the country, that's the host country. You assign that host country as a country itself, right? So the Vienna Convention was very clear that the Vienna Convention indicated in the way manner that that country, your sovereignty is also in that part of the area. So we give you certain area near our capital city for you to own. That area there is for your country. So for instance, if Sylvester Peewee did something wrong and the Liberian government is pursuing him and he entered the United States embassy premises, you can no longer arrest Sylvester Peewee in the United States of America. If the United States of America does not acquiesce it. So that's the reason why we say near. So that near is your sovereign right is restored, your country right. That's why you fly, you host, the flag of that country will be hosted.
Not true.
Right there. So that's why the reason why we say near, because that near we're giving that part. That's part of the area your embassy
is. In Excellency Ambassador J. Victor Nangbe, Liberia Ambassador, accredited to Washington with concurrent representations to Mexico and Canada. You know how you do it?
Yeah, concurrent.
Representation to Mexico and Canada.
You have to say Liberia Ambassador Victor Nambe, Ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary.
Accredited to Washington.
To Washington, D.C.
with concurrent accreditations.
Yes, concurrent accreditation to Mexico and Canada, right? That concurrent there is his office in Washington, but he got oversight to go to Canada. He made up. So when he went, okay, if you are concurrent to Canada, you can also go and present your credentials to the Canadian Prime Minister. You can also go to present your credentials to the President of Mexico. You can go and see her. You present the credentials to the President. Meaning, in those areas, as plenty potentially.
No.
You back? You have the right. You have the right.
I'm not a diplomat.
You have the right. You have the right to negotiate on behalf about the extraordinary and plenipotentiary. You can negotiate treaties on behalf of the country because you represent the president. That's why.
But Peru,
let me ask you this.
Peru, that's an ancient nomenclature. To negotiate treaty. That was when we didn't have sophisticated communication back to your home country. But nowadays,
it's still happening, my brother. It's still happening.
Peru, you can negotiate treaty on behalf of the country when you can pick up the phone and talk to the country within.
No, you can still negotiate. You can sign. They'll get out of sign.
She asked me a question.
It was a violation. It was a violation of international law.
Now, so it violates the Vienna Convention, Section 2.106. It violated that seriously. They got a host diplomat. They got a host country. We have the host country agreement. The host country agreement is very clear. You cannot. The premise of any country embassy is the sovereign right of that country. You cannot arrest anybody on the premises of another embassy. No, and that's one of the reasons Taylor got in problem with the American government. When Madison Williams got killed. When Madison Williams got killed on the premises of the United States Embassy in Mama Point at the time. You can recall that happened, right? When Madison Williams was escaping after the September 9 crisis 1999 that erupted the fracas between Charles Taylor forces and Roosevelt Johnson. This hard-headed guy that was all the orchestrating problem with the Taylor people. They call him Madison Williams. And then Williams, one crown guy.
Madison Williams.
Yeah, he got killed right to the door of the U.S. Embassy. Because it was a hot pursuit, and you were trying to escape. That how to kill him right there. The American protested and everything. There was some part that's also compounded Charles Taylor problem. No, so if as what Laura is saying, if there was an AP towards something from the French embassy, just no. So that was involved. You cannot do it. An attempt to do it, particularly, you cannot even do it with a powerful country. They will come after you. They will consider that as an affront, and that is tantamount to attacking the sovereign right of that country. You cannot do it.
So can we say the French people acquiesced? They gave him up?
Oh, absolutely, the perfect word. You use a diplomatic term also. I like that.
Acquiesce in the French government, right?
Acquiesce that, right? And I don't use it. They will not use it. They will not use no other English word but that word. So yeah, in behind the scene again, in diplomacy, you will not say that, but you will sense and discern and conclude that that was the case. They agree behind the scene to do it because if they give that right, because you cannot do it. And now, diplomacy is a culture, and that was the Vienna Convention defined diplomacy, the right, and how you can declare someone PMG, persona non grata, at what point you have to do that, and at what stage. Sometimes you do that and something up. You got the right as a sovereign country. Liberia got the right as a sovereign country to call the ambassador. And at the time, probably in some country, the time you can remember when the ambassador made that comment, what would Joseph Jigin say? That was on how he that country, they would have called him to answer why he made a kind of statement about the country. Oh yes, you saw what the South African did. There was some time with the ambassador made some statement there. They call him and they asked the U.S. government they wanted him out. Yeah, so he wanted him out. They said they told him up. They said he wanted him out. So sometimes there are certain African countries that can be very strong. Mugabe did that before. He sent almost 3 of the ambassadors out. Yes, you're right. You are the host country. You can request the sending country that you don't want certain somebody, and that's why under the Vienna Convention, we refer to that as persona non grata. You can be declared persona non grata and be asked to leave the country within 24 hours.
But let me say something. You know, sometimes I think we African, we get stuck on these pre-advanced telecommunication titles. And you know, we all know the story that when President Tubman died, they didn't want to make Tubman president, right? Because you know why? And we still behaving like that in Liberia today. The president traveling, he names an acting president. Why? So whenever Tubman left the country, Jerry Grant was the man in charge. So when the president died, they started arguing among themselves. So, I come with you. President leave the country, got the communication in the war. You can talk anywhere in the world. The president travel with the presidency. If you leave me, Siafa Dix in charge, I'm Minister of Civil Presidential Affairs. I have no constitutional authority if there's any crisis in that country. You know that? Once that vice president sit in that desk, sit at that table, he has constitutional authority next to the president.
Absolutely.
So all these ancient nomenclature will still run with it. It's useless.
No, but then why they can say why the president is away, the minister still will act as chair of the cabinet.
That's what I said, Tommy. That's why I say
with the vice president. Why they don't say it?
That's why I say it's useless.
I think it's useless. Yes.
The vice president company. If I'm the acting of the cabinet,
you can call acting. There's never acting president.
They say acting president.
You chair the cabinet.
No, listen. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs is the chief of staff in the office of the president. So he also had that authority. It just the fact that during Turbo time, everybody want to be minister, so Turbo made up to be ministry in 1973. But before he was chief of staff in the office of the president, you wield a whole lot of power. So that power is still there. But constitutionally, the vice president is number 2. If they have the president, nothing. You can't do nothing. You could be dismissed. That's it. But there's no acting president.
Have you taken time to read the letter clearly? It is the chair. They said you would chair the cabinet.
Yes.
You would chair the cabinet in consultation with the vice president and on the phone with the president.
Yes.
Right?
That's right.
So it's clearly saying it. And the reason why that came out, I asked this question once to Ambassador Wallace, and Ambassador Wallace was very clear there. And he said, my son, sometime back in the days, the reason, go back to the Constitution. And the woman took him back to the Constitution and said, open the Constitution. I said, go there. He says, read that for me. And I went on, I said, the power, and that's where the separation between the president, I said, every power vested in the president shall never be shared with the vice president.
Yes.
Right? Can never be something with the vice president. So it's part of the reason the ambassador told me, the woman told me, he says, you see, that's why whenever the president is out of the country, he will write, because the vice president cannot be the vice president and the president going to say, okay, I'm leaving this. So it's one of the reasons. So they just cleverly carved that communication. And then it says he would chair the cabinet in consultation with the vice president on the phone with the president. Meaning that did not in any way give at the time when Totman died in London, it didn't give him the power at the time to say there were certain forces that didn't want to power. They wanted to pull him there already. But thank God that Charles Deshee, right?
Mark Deshee.
Yeah, Mark Deshee and others were very powerful.
Well,
so let
me tell you, Dominic, the reason why I brought it up,
who gave order to the chief of staff of the army? If the president, the vice president, or the minister of state, I'll be there.
Where the chief of staff of the army doesn't have a command position. Chief of staff of the army is a senior military advisor to the civilian leadership. So the command position starts at the commanding general.
So my question is, the president of the country, something happens, right? And
so the president of the country, something happened.
But the commanding general will take instruction from the chief of staff.
No. Listen, I don't know how to do it, like, bro. But in the armed forces, the chief of staff is the senior military advisor to the civilian leadership. So if the civilian leadership want to know anything, I come in Tomlin, if the civilian leadership want to know anything militarily, they deal with the chief of staff. So the chief of staff advises the president and the defense minister.
Yeah, but
the national security team.
Yeah, but the commanding general will take command from the chief of staff.
No, the command comes from the commander in chief.
Yeah, the commander in chief of staff to the chief of staff.
The command comes from the commander in chief.
Yes, that's it.
And go there. Yeah.
Yeah, then to the chief of
staff. It
staff.
doesn't come from the defense minister. The defense minister is not in the chain of
command. The administrator there. Yes, but it comes from the commanding general, the commander in chief to the chief of staff to now. The commanding general.
So this whole thing,
we don't have commanding general no more now, bro. We have brigade commander now.
Oh no!
Yeah. So
really,
they change the brigade commander.
Well, but then they did a nomenclature. And the way it works is that when you become an officer and you go to general staff, you go command and staff school. When you're an officer, you occupy 2 roles. your command, you're either in a command role that you directly commanding troops, or you're in a staff role. The guys that say that defense ministry and work behind the desk, they are staff, they are staff officer. So they do not have troops under their command. So they pretty much look at the operational department and the administrative department. Just look at it simply that way. So, and then, so the chief of staff is the one that handle everything, like, we're doing logistical plan, we're doing payment plan, we got strategic plan, war plan.
Oh, I forgot what Sefa. I know what you're talking about now.
So they got that thing. Then when you say now, so the command, so I just hearing that we don't have a commanding general when they got brigade.
Today.
Yeah, no. Ever since the new dispensation after the war.
But then the army strength is
the last
army strength is minimum.
Ever since then, we now with the new army built by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we had a change to now to it's the brigade.
So how many brigade they got now? So how many brigade we got?
I will have to find out how many brigade, but I have to go through to understand that.
We have an Air Force, a naval and Air Force, right?
Well, we got Coast Guard.
We got Coast Guard. We don't have Air Force for now. We're building.
We got one pilot. We got one guy that is sent for training. That's a pilot guy. We got one guy. You know, when I came through across the continent, he was at the airport there. They recognized him. But we don't have the aircraft, so he travels him to keep his skill set. He travels.
Who protects our airspace?
We don't.
We got these. Nothing much happening in the air. I mean, airspace.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything? No, nobody, man. Nobody.
Our airplane will take a plane down.
No, but normally we have this entity that's in Ralphie. They call it Robert Flight International.
The Robert Flight International.
So they control the airspace between Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. And the office is in Liberia.
Oh, really?
So when you get on the plane, when they go 10,000 feet, and the pilot say you can use your cell phone in airplane mode. Yeah. That means you are moved from air traffic controller. Now you in FAA communication now.
Ah,
that's how it goes. So the air traffic controller control everything from the ground to 10,000 feet. Anything above 10,000 feet, you go to Robert Flight International in Liberia.
Yeah, Robert Flight International.
So you got planes that are going 40,000 feet over Liberia, going to other countries. They communicate with Robert Flight International. Those guys got first class equipment.
You quiet? You have no idea anything, or what? You quiet? Mr. Nangwe, you quiet. But the whole thing they got like the dominating also.
You guys are in a different realm. I'm just soaking it in.
And they know they men are logistic, man. They men are diplomat when they
so the guy so they got the airspace there. That airspace is controlled with 3 miles around your country. So
I pay more attention. I love security. I pay more attention on security on issue and other things. I do a lot of
our issue. Our main issue is the coastal water. It's our coastal water. We probably got a bunch of illegal fishing happening in our coastal water.
Yeah, and
that's the main issue.
The Chinese, the Senegalese take a lot of time, but even it helped us a lot when we procure our first top boat, right? The military, we got one top boat for the military corridor that we knew. That is,
he said the birds and the flying witches protect our airspace.
You're giving me money back. You're giving me money back.
But I'm loud.
It's
they are stupid.
You're getting money back because
Chief. Let me thank you guys.
Jamal,
as I'm signing out, there's something you talked about. I didn't have a chance. I didn't,
But maybe the air witches they get ready to help.
I know, right?
And when we lost power, first of all, what they were speculating, they say all kinds of stuff. But you were talking about Trump's use of the press, right?
Yeah.
And in Liberia, look, first of all, we settled for electing a president without any debate.
Oh,
we don't make demands on these people. And I hope this platform, we were.
You read Mr. Nangwe, Trump got here because of the debate.
This platform can challenge those people for a debate, and you can set it up. We can set it up, but they are used to getting away with any and everything. No debate, nothing. They don't discuss their platform, nothing. We elect them. Why would they talk to us when the president is supposed to inform us on at least a weekly basis? In this place, the press secretaries on that Obama or even Trump, they will pop into the but they have this regular press briefing. And then every now and then they will meet the press. Trump, he utilizes it more than
And I got Trump surviving because the man, when he walked into the Air Force One, he would sit on that plane, he would talk to the press. They ask a question, he like it, he'll get in cheek. So
yeah, but it's simple, Tommy. If you don't tell your story, somebody will tell your story for you.
Exactly.
And that's the simple philosophy Tom uses. So Trump will never shy away from the mic. Even if he doesn't like the question, he will say what he wants to say. Yeah. He has his audience.
I mean, never mind that he contradicts himself a lot, but he doesn't care. He will curse, he will do anything, but when he has a point he wants to make, like right now he's trying to step on this whole Epstein thing. He's talking about, all 28 times.
Last week, the man, when he went to the Federal Reserve, he told the man on the place that, I mean, don't get drafted. He said, look there. He said, right here. He said, the man said, I know about this before. Nobody said, but he said, there, you spend a little oil on a little bit. And the man said, no. We did it 5 years ago. And then the other one called Tim Scott. So yeah, Mr. President, you're right.
But you gotta get Jerome Powell credit, Tommy. He stood up to Trump.
Oh yeah.
Trump lied that the building price had been inflated, and man said no. He said it's not true. It's not true.
And right after that, he changed his tune. He said we got it for the woman. Right?
Because guess what? Because guess what? If he shake that man, he's shaking the global economy. He knows that. So he knows
and he said he played the stock market, you'll be shaking his own pocket.
You'll be shaking himself. So
so he came down when he came on the ass, he started saying some good things again.
I think they said Jerome Powell has 8 months or so left on his contract. I'm sure he would just let him, let him slide. He will not fire him.
It's May next year.
Yeah, you will not fire him.
May next year. He'll be out May next year.
You talk about interest rate. You talk about interest rate. I mean, the guy doesn't increase or decrease interest rate by himself. They sit in a committee and they vote on it.
Exactly.
They vote on it. They got the Federal Open Market Committee. They vote on that interest rate. It's not him. But a good thing. It's a good learning process for some of our brothers across the world.
You see, I told the people in Congo, I told them, if you want to buy to take your stuff, your make peace. Your make peace, I'm not taking it. He said, and this is what I mean. The make peace right away.
Yeah.
Make peace. He said, I told you look, the guy, look.
And the funny thing, the thing is that our brothers across the water, like 20 years ago, because the Central Bank of Liberia started doing Taylor Turner when they passed the Central Bank Act. I think that was 99, Central Bank Act. The whole idea was the IMF say these banks have to be independent. They have to be independent. But our Central Bank will go to the president. They say they might report to the legislative branch, but they've already run into the mansion to report to the president. So they act like because if you act like working with the president, you're making political decisions instead of making sound monetary decision based on data.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's why they were tenured, so that the president will not fire them.
Yeah.
But if you notice, Baga was very careful with the central bank. He didn't really play with it. You notice how he played.
He played with it. He played with it. He changed the whole board of governors.
Yeah, but guess why he did not? Suspended Talu, want to quote Talu on the case, and they paid Talu off.
But Tomalin, the central point is you can't suspend it when I don't report to you. The central bank report to the legislative branch.
And to be honest, if I right, he tried. You remember he set up some kind of monetary committee and then he said chair, and they didn't know. Mr. President, you cannot chair this committee. And then before he removed himself, I forget the committee, but he said he tried to mess around with the bank. The removal of Talu, otherwise they would not have given these hundreds of thousands of dollars they're giving him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
guys, thank you very much. Good night. Have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
I gotta go put in my 2-mile walk in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying healthy. That's good.
Everybody walking. You keep on the walk.
Yeah, I'm carrying your water with you now.
I will start doing
No, I normally go to the gym, but I feel like going there than so I will just put it on walking.
All
if I don't go in the morning, I go in the evening time.
Okay. Good night, guys.
I don't mess. I mean, I go to the gym once in a while. I walking all do in the morning. Several, you're in a Minnesota celebration yesterday on Saturday too?
No, my man. I was coming from Lofa Bridge on Friday. I got stuck, so I had to sleep there. Then I didn't get back till Saturday.
Where you go Lofa Bridge again?
Whenever I leave the state to go work all the time to pay my money, that's why I go to Lofa Bridge.
Lofa Bridge. That is good, man.
Yeah. So when I got back, my wife and the kids were at the parade and at the park. So
what?
Oh, yeah, man. The train did a great job. Man.
Who owned that program?
All right, these are all young kids. These are our nieces and nephews.
And the video was there, right?
Yeah, no way. Where he went out there Saturday, but the Friday night program, the Friday night ball. I mean, the Friday night concert was downtown there. It was downtown.
Mm-hmm. And he shot down that place.
Oh, he shot. Oh yeah, that place was packed. My man, these kids, they see the world different. So now you got to convince them to go work for a corporate company. They say that waste of time. The children pull resources together. They do a promotion. They bring out artists to town. You know how much money they make a month themselves?
Oh, that the video come out that the community children did now. No.
That would be that the children brought the video. Yeah, they had the artists on the stage. The children there. Our part of the weekend festivity. Most of the friends they keep all the time.
We have Richmond. We have G12. We have Friday.
Yeah.
Our Liberian stars in there too, you know.
So I had to do the thing. And I mean, look at the kid from Ghana. When the channel become an engineer, came back, took a phone YouTube channel. He got more than 1 million subscribers. He making more than $1 million a year. Yeah, I mean, so what he does, he travel all around Africa and just show Africa and just show Africa to the world. They call him Wodo Maya. You ever follow the YouTube channel Wodo Maya? You got a bunch of videos there. You know, how the kids making nowadays. They gifted, they can produce content. They got audiences all around the world. They are living. You know, they're invisible. The thing that we worry about, they don't worry about it. They get up and go. They got an iPad. They got a phone. They got a laptop. They put in their backpack and they do what they do. I got my son in LA there. He into films. He does commercials and all that stuff. You live, enjoy your life.
Your son?
Yeah, I do it. He won't work. He does. He's just freelance, and he keep himself busy. All right, they live. So.
We'll get that one day. The next generation that will bring in.
No. And these old politicians, they're afraid of the young children.
No, but I tell you this, your two before I leave you. Look, if the next election utilize TikTok and try to bring it into Liberia way. I mean, in Liberia, but you utilize it, get the children connected. The children with I call that Gen Z now. How you call it young children?
I don't know how to call it. I just call it the young kids.
Guess what? They will bring their peers out to vote. They will have an influence of their peers and bring them out to vote. And they won't mind when they keep talking, say, yo, vote for the person. They will not even hear about that. So what I want to do, people are thinking this way, right? The kids that were born in America, the kids that come with the Liberian connection, take them to Liberia. And they can have influence over their peers in Liberia.
But Tommy, these kids go every year.
Right now, right? I did on social media, in a WhatsApp chat room, my nephews, my nieces, my kids, they all in our room. When they pass some in Rwanda, in China, some in Liberia, they all communicating. They having communication there. And I'm telling them, look, you should be able to utilize the thing, you influence your friends in Liberia. So when time for voting, you start with me. You make sure the people might give you vote for me. Yeah? You make it happen. You make sure.
Totally, I'm telling you something.
Perform there.
Totally, I'm telling you something. These kids go Liberia.
I'll be elected if I give you.
Totally, these kids go Liberia every year. I go Liberia. We don't even ride pen. These kids get on pen.
Oh, really?
They get on pen. I said, what? He said, boy, you get there fast. They get on pen. For Keke part, that normal thing, they will get on that pen, they will swing through the boulevard because they're going to be their friend somewhere else. They put a backpack on the back, they go in all the different villages to talk to people there. Now, what are they doing?
I think it was good, though. The children go in the villages, carry the children, get a bag, everything, they can't bed.
They talk to people there. And you know, I will go to Liberia with Mama Point Hotel, with the Royal Hotel. They try to go to get out of other places, though. They stay in the neighborhood, they bore right in the neighborhood. Other places are a waste of time.
So you go now, man.
Okay.
They tell you straight, they say, I'm gonna go to Liberia and pay $5 for a local beer. No. They in the neighborhood.
What do go do? They go drink Glan?
No, they will drink club beer, but they go say Royal Hotel drink club beer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that one makes sense. Why am I going back to
you buy the regular price to
yeah.
Oh, but what we can do, right? So
the kids, I know bunch of them.
I find my way to go to Royal.
I know the kids there.
Yes, but I go by the estate Sam Sharp or my man Charlie place. Or in the local area, in my area, these days, no,
but I think you're saying, you know, people and say, what I found out too, when they block both, you want to be bullshitting, you'll catch your pack will get whole. You want to be going to tap places there, or you can go places like one of the, I kind of one shop, maybe on or one shop there, or maybe on the highway there. Sit down there.
You know they play the leg.
Your bill different when you spend to the top to the launch and there.
The beginning, you know the place they like? Yeah. They like Renaissance Dupo Road.
Yeah, Renaissance. In Dupo Road, you see Renaissance, you got another area I can read about the Dupo Road is I can't remember the place name.
I forgot the place name. I know you're talking about.
Sunny Bar.
Yeah.
Sunny.
They trying that.
So the area that people reckon like.
You know what I mean? You never rap pimping before? I said no. He said, but then how you get around? I said, got away. I said,
you still want to Renaissance owned by
yeah.
Oh yeah. But you know the best to do. You get these guys yourself because one man to catch you say that man on that buyer will mess with you. Put your dark shades on, put your hat on, get on body bar up again, it carry your play, drop you there quick. The man can mute there. Because
they turn they care. That's why they don't worry about armed robbery because they don't make that look different.
Yeah,
the only thing you tell them when they open the mouth.
In our country, if you're not causing problem for nobody, people are not wicked, but I target people. You see, people like the down studies.
The problem is
they're unfortunate for them.
I don't call it problem when you get someone. They say, "Oh, we call it PV." Some people there, everybody come in and they trash on you.
Yeah.
And then when they go home, you know they pinch their money, so they let it go with Royal Air Morag.
Oh, it's cheap, man.
But they try. It's
a little bit. It will be a little cheaper to travel versus going on Brussels.
The Brussels, no Brussels, I waste of time for them.
Ethiopia, no, I love.
Let me ask you, man. You traveling in America? How do you buy a ticket to travel locally? Most of the places. What's how you go on?
For me, because I've been traveling a lot over the last 6 years, so I go directly from the airline. I got a lot of loyalty to that.
Oh. Do you have
I do kayak.
You can do kayak or Hawaii or Expedia
or Hopper. Hopper to do that.
I haven't. You're helping me. This weekend.
You get it. Even when I'm booking.
You going where again?
Funeral.
Hotels we
my
use.
Friend wife funeral. Then from there, I gotta go to my brother's 60th. So it's not easy. Houston.
You went to Texas?
Yeah, Houston, then Atlanta.
Oh, okay, man. You guys, when you traveling? When you going?
The weekend.
Drink a lot of water. Man.
But not Sunday. Not major thing. I mean, you're not spending money. Go on. What you do so now? Use those line and or you want to do skip a leg. Then you have to.
How you going? How you going? Hey, go ahead.
Very seven. I'll tell you tomorrow. Skip a leg. Skip a leg.
That Boniba.
No. So what you do is that it's a kind of an app that.
They determine the time for you to go.
No, it's not the time to go. It'll tell you. So that app will give you very reasonable ticket. But you have to be very smart on it to know how to do it, and that's why you can be caught up in it. So this flight is bound for King Kong, Mexico, right?
Yeah.
And then you took the flight, and this flight now it will fly through one of the areas you should go. But now, if you're taking the flight to say you're heading to that place because you're going to transit in Atlanta, and then the next flight I will go to the final destination, speaking of Atlanta, and you know your original destination, Atlanta. You go for the flight because if the normal flight is going to that place and now you see a very small money. Now they call it skip a leg. Yeah, skip a leg, right? So you're skipping.
Text me, man. Text me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I will. So that's one of the means you can go ahead and do it. So you get
okay, guys.
you get another one. I was saying, okay,
All
man.
right. I see you, man. Let me go
Okay.
take care of my business. Hey, good night, guys.
Man.